Okay, so we are now live. I had YouTube telling me that my internet was too slow, so we're gonna have to check on that. This is not somebody in the freaking chat. Is just like, well, if he's 10 minutes late, we're allowed to leave. That's not true. I was in college, and that's not true. You gotta stay, bitch. Just let me know if the audio and all that's okay, because I had a warning from YouTube claiming that my internet was slow, and I just did a speed test, and everything appears totally fine. My internet is pretty fucking fast. I pay that at a goddamn premium, so it better be working. All right, well, we kind of have a decent amount to go through. I'm just gonna make sure that I actually have everything up. 1, 2, 3, 4. 31 articles. Okay. Let me just make sure I got them all open. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I have more than that open. What the fuck? I don't even know how I managed this. How do I have more open? How is that even possible? Did I forget to save some of these? I know that this is gripping entertainment for you guys, but I have to make sure. This is gonna really fuck me up when I go to link this shit if I'm missing. I don't even know what I'm missing. What the fuck am I missing? I gotta make sure I saved all these or else they're not getting put on. What am I missing? Oh! I missed one. Here it is. Let's see here. Actually, you know what? I got 2 open, that's why. Okay. Let me double check to see how that turned out. Okay. Yeah, I don't need 2 of those links. Do I have another one there I have 2 open? I do. Let me get rid of that. I think that is everything now. Yeah, that should be. Okay, well, let me put these in order so that way we're not bouncing around too much. In this, okay. Because I know that everyone's going to want me to talk about Vox and Carlos Maza and all that shit. So I got to get all this in order. Okay, this is all pretty much in order. Oop, there's another double. Let's see here. Move that over. Okay, here's another good. I definitely got a good story to go through. A couple, actually. They're linked together. I've been saving some of these articles. Where's that other article? Oh, this is another one I want to talk about. Put that over here. Come on. There we go. Let's see. Here's another one. Here is that. Okay, here's that. Save this video. Whoops. Don't want to spoil anything just yet. Okay. Let me see here. Where is there we go. Put those together. I got a few standalone articles as well that don't really actually put that together. It's actually the same. And that's a standalone. Let's see here. Okay, that's YouTube. I actually have a couple here about Mexico. Actually, I'll put these together. These are kind of the same deal, although this one's kind of not. Okay, YouTube. I think the majority of articles here might be about YouTube, but not all of them are. This one is not. Where's that master list? There it is. You'll get to find out what kind of master list it is in a second. Okay, and are all these... Okay, this one is not. Let me move that over. Okay. Okay. All right, that should be everything. So we are now good to go. So let me put up this here. Let me find this. Okay. My MasterCard doesn't work on Substar, so here is some money. You get your share with Susan. Don't do that. Is it? Does MasterCard block Substar? That's weird, and that's unfortunate. Okay, so we can get started here. Let me just get the super chat window open to make sure. Okay, quickly. PewDiePie coverage of Crowder was a shame, coward. I've heard he's a good boy. I haven't seen that video, but it's been linked to me that he did the good boy routine, which is I condemn both sides, which is not an argument, as Molyneux would say. It's not really a position, because you either back the censorship or you don't. There's no two ways about it. And it seems like a lot of the people that are out there, the masks have finally slipped off, and they're just flat out fucking saying, I support it. Like Mellon had, what's his name? Music retard, music autist, Mr. I had my livelihood challenge, so I became a good boy. Forget what his name is. And he was totally on quote unquote our side. Like, he was memeing it up on a secondary channel, and he was freaking red pilled on quite a few things. I know he's talked to Sargon. I know he's talked to a few people. So this guy is like legit in the know. He's red pilled. And the fact that in less than 2 years, this guy has become like such a progressive bully that he's like bullying fucking Boogie for not taking a firm enough stance in favor of censorship against Crowder. My God. Like, is your integrity, because I don't believe for a second that this guy has had some sort of like total renewal in his beliefs, like a total revolution in his beliefs. I sincerely doubt that. So it's amazing to me that that guy had so little credibility, so little integrity, that he just flipped completely and became an SJW out of the blue when he got hit pieces written against him. That's when he flipped. And so, if there's anybody I'm going to disavow, Anthony Fantano. If there's anybody that I disavow publicly, it's Anthony Fantano. He is a fucking cucklord. He is bullying Boogie. He's bullying people that don't support censorship on YouTube. And it is because he had hit pieces written against him because he had a red-pilled secondary channel where he was making fun of SJWs. He came close to losing his livelihood, and he flipped completely. He flipped entirely, and now he's running around like a Catholic priest, instructing everyone on proper progressive orthodoxy. I disavow him entirely. Okay. Let's get a vote in the chat. Do we want to start with the YouTube shit? We'll do it. We'll go with this. Press 1 for YouTube. Press 2 for Trump tariffs. Press 3 for religion of peace. So go ahead and vote. 1, 2, or 3. 1 for YouTube, 2 for Trump tariffs, and 3 for an unmentionable topic. Oh man, I think I see a few more 2s. Get tariffs out of the way. All right, fair enough. We'll do tariffs then. Let me make sure I got all that up. Okay, I do. So let me share my screen and we will get... Oops, I am on the wrong fucking thing. Okay. So the other day, Trump tweeted out that he was going to enact tariffs on Mexico, starting at 5%, going up to 25%, which would have started at the end of July, I think, or maybe August. That's when it would have been up to 25%, but it would have gone up periodically until such a time that Mexico did more in the way of trying to prevent migrants from getting into the United States. Because we are currently, and where are those numbers? I have those numbers here somewhere. Do I not have these Muslim? Fuck, I thought I had the numbers. Oh, here we go. So right here are the numbers. It's not as bad as it was in 2000, surprisingly, but the numbers are actually pretty high. And look at this chart. Look at this chart. Okay. These are apprehensions, not who's just getting in. These are apprehensions of immigration protection, U.S. Customs and Border Protection. These are apprehensions by Border Patrol, okay? In 2000, 1.6 million Mexicans, specifically Mexicans, were caught illegally entering the United States. 1.6 million in 2000. So we are nowhere near those numbers. It's not that bad as it was in 2000. Those are unbelievable numbers. But we're currently at whatever it is, a little bit under 400,000 a month. The problem is that due to the fact that we don't have the proper infrastructure to house these people, they have to be caught and released. And so what that does is that it's a matter of, you put the word out back home. If we flood them at once, they can't hold us. They have to let us go. And then we can slip into the country and never be seen again. Like, there are illegals working on farms, probably not even 20 minutes from where I live. Like a whole horde of illegal Mexicans and Central Americans working on farms. And if they can make it all the way to upstate New York, like Western New York, if they can make it all the way to me from the fucking southern border, then they can be anywhere in the United States within however much time it takes to take a bus or take a train or however the fuck they got here. But they are getting in the country and they are spreading all throughout the country. And yes, we are currently down slightly from the number of Border Patrol agents working on the southern border, from 18,000 at its peak in 2012 to 2018, which is 16,000 currently. So I'll link all these numbers if you want to have a detailed analysis of apprehensions specifically, not the total numbers of people getting in, but those that our Border Patrol services are actually catching. The numbers of who's actually coming in now, I believe, are currently still at a record high since 2006. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but that's the number I've seen, that it's currently at a record based on what we were at in 2006. The worst time period, as far as I'm aware, is 2000. That was when it was at its worst. And we are currently on that trajectory to become as bad as it was during the 2000s, 2000 exactly. So in response to these increasing numbers and the border becoming what everyone, including the New York Times, and I can look up that article if you don't believe me, even the New York Times has regarded it as a crisis. Trump put forward the idea that he was going to put a 5% tariff on all Mexican imports, and it was going to potentially go up to 25% at the end of summer should they not do anything. And at first, the Mexican president, who's like a socialist, was like, oh, we're not going to do shit. Fuck you, Drumpf. Fuck Drumpf. I'm a proud Mexican leftist, and we're going to help our brothers out. I knew this was going to work. And it's because if you understand foreign relations and you understand trade relations, you know that the Mexican economy is utterly dependent on cheap labor in their own country, contracts with American companies, and shipping their trash over the border to the United States. Their economy is utterly tied with that kind of manufacturing. And it's been like that for 15, 20 years, as far as I'm aware. Like, it's been completely dependent on that as part of their economy. And they're not even in very good shape, as far as I'm aware, economically either. China actually has many more customers that they can deal with. And so even though we're in a trade war with them, they are able to hold on longer because they have many other countries they do business with. With Mexico, I believe we're their number one customer. I believe that in terms of exports, we're number one with them. And everywhere else in the world is like a far down the list. And so when your economy is entirely dependent on exports to one country, that puts you in a very, very weak position against tariffs. Because what tariffs do is heavily incentivize companies to pull out of your country and ship that manufacturing elsewhere in the world and then just eat the transportation costs. So when the former head of ICE, and this was on the 4th of this month, and it shows you how fast this developed, Trump announced it, I believe, on the 3rd or 4th. The former head of ICE said this is absolutely going to work. I 100% support it, and I think they have a video here of him on Fox News.
As we continue with the story and the news that we just heard from the president, we want to bring in the former acting ICE director, Tom Homan, also a Fox News contributor. He joins us now. Tom, you were listening to the president just now, and our own John Roberts got a question in about what we are seeing in Mexico as far as their attempts to stem illegal immigrations from Central Americans. What did you make of the president's response, and what did it tell you?
I agree with the president 100%, and I agree with the tariffs. I mean, I heard the monologue earlier. I understand that the tariffs may have a short-term effect on the economy, but it's money, 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 money. My concern is what price is going to put on our national security. People need to understand what's going on the border. The president understands this. 40% of Border Patrol agents aren't even on the line anymore. They're taking care of these family units, which means the border is vulnerable. And one thing no one's talking about, if you're a terrorist in the world that wants to come to this country and do us harm, you're not going to buy a plane ticket. You're not going to try to get a visa because all the checks being done now after 9/11. You're going to enter the country the same way 12 or 20 million other people entered, especially now when there's chaos on the border and such a great vulnerability. I'm not trying to be a fearmonger, but this is more than a humanitarian crisis. The president is trying to secure our nation and protect our national security and cut down the vulnerabilities.
Screen left, a little bit of rain there in London. Just Tom, on the same topic, play the clip a moment ago from the question and answer from John Roberts there in London.
I want to see security at our border. I'm going to see great trade. I'm going to see a lot of things happening, and that is happening. And as you know, Mexico called. They want to meet. They're going to meet on Wednesday. Secretary Pompeo is going to be at the meeting along with a few others that are very good at this, and we are going to see if we can do something. But I think it's more likely that the tariffs go on, and we'll probably be talking during the time that the tariffs are on and they're going to be paid. And if they don't step up and give us security for our nation, look, millions of people are flowing through Mexico. That's unacceptable.
Tom, what is acceptable in the administration's eyes?
That's enough. So Trump announced this, I believe, on the 3rd or 4th. And I knew this was going to work. I knew this was a good idea. I know that it's because Mexico is not in the position where they could even negotiate this. The president of their country came out and just talked some shit right out of the gate. And I knew that was totally just fucking puffing hot air. Like, it wasn't going to work at all. And boom, it instantly worked. It instantaneously worked. So that was the 4th. And on the 7th, they totally caved. They completely caved. Now they're actually starting to reinforce the border with Guatemala. They're claiming that they're going to put soldiers on the front line. They've shown video of them actually doing it. And they're going to start dispersing agents throughout the country to try to round up these people and deal with them. And Trump has already said, okay, you've done enough. There you go. No more tariffs. We're not going to do tariffs. So there was a deadline that was like a week away, and it didn't even take a week. It took a few days, and they flipped completely and said that they are going to start to react. So this was an instant win by Trump. I can't begin to tell you that whoever came up with it, it might have been Stephen Miller. Who knows who actually came up with this idea? But this was an intelligent decision. This was an intelligent decision on Trump's behalf to announce it, enact it, and then without even have to implement it, Mexico already backed down. So the thing is that if Trump was smart, and if his administration was smart, if Stephen Miller is smart and they're paying attention, you got to keep your foot on the back and the neck of the Mexican government. You got to demand of them some kind of statistics and actual proof that they are actually following through with this. You should not let them go on this. You should stay on their ass and make sure they follow through. And if they don't, threaten again to come out with tariffs. And instead of doing 5% up front, threaten 10% up front, because they reneged. You got to stay on their ass if you actually want them to follow through, because they have no incentive to do any of this. They have every incentive in the world to allow people to pass through their country into the United States. They have no incentive to stop them, because they don't actually have an asylum policy, as far as I'm aware. So you can't actually have refuge in Mexico. You have to pass through, as far as I'm aware of what the Mexican law is. And maybe that's another thing that you can actually push them on, that they can actually have some sort of refugee policy. So yeah, this was a big win by the Trump administration, and if he's smart, he would bring this up during re-election, and he should stay on it and make sure that he's keeping up to see that the Mexicans are actually following through. Another article that someone sent to me was this story about the FBI catching some kind of plot involving Antifa on the West Coast and a cartel planning some sort of, I assume, a terror attack against the United States. This was in April. So this is an older article, but I thought I would bring it up just to show you some details about the Mexican border and some of the issues with it involving our far-left activists here. So I'll just read this really quick. The document warns of anti-fascist activists that plan to disrupt U.S. law enforcement and military security operations at the U.S.-Mexican border. The 6-page report was sent with a priority status to the Department of Homeland Security, U.S. Border Protection, the Drug Enforcement Agency, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and the Central Intelligence Agency, the National Security Administration. It details how alleged drug cartel associate Ivan Rebelling would sell guns to Antifa activists who are also encouraged to bring their own weapons to the border to help illegal immigrants initiate a violent incursion. The cartel guy completely denies the allegations contained in the report, stating, "I'm not a cartel. I don't sell drugs. I don't sell arms. I'm a revolutionary, though. I don't sell drugs, but I am a communist." a man who believes in his ideals, and I'm going to defend Mexico. He was known as Cobra Commander, was involved in a plot to combat, train Antifa activists in camps, skills which would then be used to disrupt U.S. government operations along the border. That's hilarious. But yeah, I just thought I would bring this up just to show you what's going on at the border involving far leftists on the West Coast. We can get to this one really quick. So, Pizza Man. What's this faggot's name? Peter Bright. Reset the clock. Reset the clock. We have another male feminist tech journalist going down for soliciting sex with multiple minors. So this guy is Dunsky. This guy is gone. He's been, not only has he gone to jail, he has been refused bail. He's been remanded to jail. So he is stuck in jail with no bail until sentencing, or actually until his trial date. So this nigga is done. He is done. There is no way that this guy would get remanded if they didn't have just overwhelming evidence on this guy. And I'm not going to say this guy's guilty. Obviously, it still has this day in court or up until likely he takes a fucking plea deal. But this guy is done. And it's hilarious to me. Because as much as we, the gamers, hashtag rise up, hashtag I thought my life was a tragedy, but it turns out it's a comedy, whatever the quote is. Rise up, another fucking tech journo going to jail for literally soliciting sex with a 7-year-old and a 9-year-old. That's what he's attempting to do. And he is done. Goodbye. Goodbye, Peter Bright. See you later. Bye. See you in like 7 to 10 years. However long he's going to be sentenced for. And I will link you to One Angry Gamer's SJW sexual misconduct master list, which is a very, very long list of all of the SJWs, game journos, and pretty much anyone related to gaming who wrote against Gamergate and that sort of deal. Is he even on here? What was this faggot's name again? Peter Bright? I don't think he's on here currently. Is he on? Oh, he is. Okay, he's there. Yep, Ars Technica journalist charged with soliciting sex with kids. That's not actually what he was charged with. It wasn't solicitation. It was, oh, God. Enticement? Something like that. I want to say it wasn't soliciting, though, because you can't actually solicit a minor, I believe. You can only entice them. I believe the law is. Maybe I'm incorrect about that. Oh, yeah, somebody said in the chat he won't last long in prison. You better believe it, dude. A fucking soy boy like this going to jail or potentially prison, depending on how long he gets, it's probably prison. If he's getting remanded to jail until his trial date, he's probably going to prison. And yeah, he's going to get his shit fucked up. And I don't support that, obviously, because I don't think that in jail you should be subject to crimes. I don't think that ideally that shouldn't be what happens. Your punishment should be going to prison, not getting raped. So yeah, it's pretty much, though, we can laugh at him for being another fucking anti-Gamergate, sexist, misogynist. Oh, you misogynist! By the way, I'm trying to fuck these minors over here. Not even, and you know what's funny is that this guy isn't even like a pederast. He's a straight up pedophile. Like I said, 7 and 9-year-old, prepubescent, freaking pedophile. So yeah, this guy is definitely one of the bad ones. Okay, what else we got? What else we got? I guess we will do a stand-in article. Let me grab this, put this over here, and put my screen back up so I can actually see the chat. Okay. So, great news, everybody. U.S. birth rate has plunged to an all-time low. Women are choosing careers over having families, and nobody's getting laid anymore. Woohoo. I'm included in this list. Nobody's getting laid, and nobody's fucking and having kids. Nobody's starting families. Woo boy, record low. I don't know if out of wedlock births have actually gone down. Maybe they have. But I just thought I would put this up here just as a throwaway article because I thought it was funny. So we'll move on to domestic policy news other than this here, and we'll get to this article about from Douglas Murray in a second. But let's start with this. So I still have to say that Trump has not won me completely. Okay, I might have gone as far as switching parties, but the fact is that I am not a guarantee vote for Trump. Trump has to still win my vote. I am very happy with him on trade. Out of all the things I can think of with Trump, trade is probably my number one with him, where I think he's doing a legitimately good job. Maybe not in every single aspect, but in many ways, he's doing well in trade. But on other issues, like with him, once again, pussyfooting with gun control, I don't really like that. I'm not about unnecessary control over things that are enumerated rights, and that includes firearms. Suppressors are they're needed, or I guess necessary, when shooting in certain environments and with certain firearms. They have an actual practical purpose to not just enthusiasts, but people that are actually simply trying to use a firearm. And it's noise dampening. It's not cancellation. It's dampening noise while firing. I've seen someone say, and I don't really know this because I've never actually seen someone use a suppressor at a range, not while I've been there. They are already heavily regulated by the ATF. You have to pay a tax and basically receive permission by the state to buy one. And it's only through a proper vendor that's been licensed to carry them and sell them. So they are already heavily regulated. And they do not cancel out noise. They dampen noise. And with a high enough caliber, such as, let's say, a 45 caliber weapon, it is the equivalent of having a jackhammer in the same room as you. That's how loud it is. Firearms are incredibly loud. And even with suppressors, they are still incredibly loud. So there is no reason to ban them or further regulate something that you already have to ask the state to receive. You already have to ask the government if you are allowed to buy one. To me, that's far enough in terms of regulation. Like, that may even be over-regulation, because I don't really think that when it comes to a enumerated right, you should have to ask the government for permission. Like driving is not a right, and I'm fine with you having to get a license. I'm completely fine with you having to go to the state, get a license, prove you can, or a permit, prove you can drive, and then get permitted to drive on the roads. Because unlike, firearms, or let's say rifles, car crashes and vehicular homicide and accidents are a huge killer in the United States. So I'm fine with driving not being a right, with it being a privilege. But firearms, no matter what you have to say about it, they are an enumerated right. And when it comes to, well, I have to ask the state before I am allowed to buy an attachment, that seems pretty excessive to me. That comes across to me as pretty excessive already. And to pussyfoot around with even further regulation, it's like, well, at what point do you just ban it? How much more can you regulate it already? You have to ask permission of the state to even buy it. How much more regulation can you even have? So, yes, people said in the chat already that this is where he's been weak, especially that he already banned the bump stock through executive action. I agree. That was completely inappropriate. I don't really like this. Well, today it's a bump stock, tomorrow it's a barrel, or like in New York where it is with a stock, or in California with a stock. It's like they're just banning firearms piece by piece. That's really inappropriate considering that this is a enumerated right, that every time it goes before the Supreme Court, the regulation that it's in relation to gets knocked down, gets ruled unconstitutional, and completely stripped away out of the law. The Supreme Court is crystal clear on this. We should not have to continuously have to sue states to have this, these ridiculous and unconstitutional laws overruled. People need to bring up the fact, and I'm going to do a video on this. It may even be tonight after I'm done speaking to you. But if you look at criminal statistics, it's overwhelmingly illegal firearms. And if you take your average rural man, your average rural white woman or white man, got some bad news for you about those crime stats. I'm not going to spoil them. But if you take your average, like I've met a farmer, a plumber, a pipe fitter, your average, an electrician, your average person living in rural New York or rural America in general, you meet them wearing a trucker cap, maybe even a Trump cap, and flannel shirt with suspenders and dad jeans. Guess where they fall in the crime stats? I'm not even going to spoil it for you. I don't really believe that I need to be getting in that guy's way from doing what he wants to do with something that is a guaranteed right. The state exists to guarantee those rights. And one of those rights, written in black and white, is the right to bear arms, the right to possess a firearm. And what you do with it outside of criminal activity, that's prohibited, obviously. But hunting, skeet shooting, just target practice, or what the fuck ever. Whatever it is that you're using that firearm for, that's your business. It's nothing to do with the state, according to our founding documents. It's no business of the state what the fuck you're doing with it. So, in any case, I know that was a tangent, but people brought it up in the chat, so I figured I might as well address it. Donald Trump Jr. has actually highlighted something about Biden, and I don't know. Yeah, okay, so he has the video. So, props to Donald Trump Jr. If there's anybody in the administration, or as part of, I should say, that's part of Trump's family. I know Eric Trump is good too. I've seen of him. Ivanka seems to be blue-pilled as fuck. Jared Kushner appears to be blue-pilled as fuck. Donald Trump Jr., good old JR, good old Jr., is fucking red-pilled. He is the most red-pilled member of the Trump family. And he highlighted this. And I couldn't believe this. I had seen different clips and different quotes before. But there is a real question with Joe Biden where his loyalty lies. And I know how that sounds. I know how, like, oh, well, here's Louis becoming, he's going to speak against the Obama. He's going to start like repeating stereotypical Republican talking points and platitudes. No, I am legitimately saying that there is a question of where Joe Biden's loyalty lies. And the reason is that whenever Biden talks about China, he just seems to snap into flak mode, flak for the Chinese mode. It is disturbing. Go look this up. Don't believe me. Don't believe this article from Breitbart. Go look it up for yourself. Go type in Google. Well, I mean, it may not. You'll probably still be able to find it up until election time where they'll censor everything. But with Biden, he appears to be a shill for the Chinese government, legitimately. So here's the quote. Here's the video that he retweeted. But yeah, you can go read this full article. Here's a full article from Breitbart. There's other articles as well talking about this. It's Biden, and especially Biden's son, have a very tight connection to the Chinese government and to Chinese business. They have all sorts of deals with China and Chinese business and the Chinese government. But let me click this video. Let's watch this video. Let's listen to Biden.
In a position where we have the most agile venture capitalists in the world. They know, I mean, it's not like they're bad guys. We're the best at doing it. Our workers are literally 3 times as productive as workers in the Far East. I mean, in Asia. And they're 3 times productive. And so what are we worried about?
So that is Joe Biden once again, trying to diminish, trying to downplay the threat that China poses to the United States. And you have to understand that currently in the world, China is the United States' biggest adversary. There is, when it comes to military, economic, cultural, anything, they are our biggest adversary, diplomatically even. Although you can have Russia in there. Maybe Russia is a contender for that. But in terms of economic and military, there is no question whatsoever. Excluding nukes, which, okay, this isn't the fucking 20th century anymore. Realistically, China is our biggest foe. We are dependent on their manufacturing and their exports, and they know this. And that's why we are in a trade war with them. It is a long time coming, in my opinion. That's why I won't guarantee a vote for Trump, but I will say that Trump is the best president in my lifetime on trade. Not even close compared to anybody else. But you can go read this article about all the connections that Biden has and his son has with China. You can go look for this. But here's the question that I want to answer to Joe Biden. Okay, what's the risk? What's the problem? Well, the fact is that every other day there's a story like this. Fuck, God damn it. Fuck out of here. Get out of here. Okay. Ex-CIA officer Jerry Sheng Lee, 54, faces life in prison on a conspiracy charge. But currently, prosecutors will seek 17 to 27 years, which means at 54, he's not getting out until he's an old man, if he's still alive by then. And it's because he is yet another double agent. He is yet another spy. He is spying or was spying for the Chinese government. He was spying for the Chinese government. This is yet another spy. This is from May. And this is probably the 8th or 9th article I've seen this year. Another spy. In this case, it was a fucking double agent. Working for the Chinese government, trying to infiltrate the highest echelons of our government. Which is exactly what the Russians did back during the Cold War. During the Cold War, the Russians did the exact same thing. But that's just one article. Oh, here's another article from April. What Chinese spies want from Americans. And this is Yuling Zhang being led into a federal court in West Palm Beach, Florida. So this is yet another spy. And where was she? She was arrested on March 30th of this year on the grounds of President Trump's Florida abode, Mar-a-Lago. So she was spying on the President of the United States on one of his properties. She was caught with $8,000 in U.S. cash and Chinese currency. And she was, let's see here. Let's see. Trying to remember. Yeah, they got another one. Just last week in the same month, Ying Lin, who worked for Air China, pled guilty for working as an agent of the Chinese government. Like, I've seen, so we're approaching a dozen from just this year. And I saw about a dozen from last year too. Just based on my own reading. This keeps coming up. you keep finding people trying to infiltrate tech companies, cyber warfare companies, industries connected to Central Intelligence, to our intelligence agencies, to our government itself, to the president. These people continue to try to infiltrate our government. So and this is the thing. This is what Joe Biden is weak on. Joe Biden is flacking for a nation that is attempting every single day of the week to infiltrate the core institutions within our government in the exact same manner, even more brazen even than the Russians were during the Cold War. The Chinese are continuing to try to infiltrate every single aspect of our government. They are a hostile foreign power. They are our biggest adversary in the world. In every single way outside of maybe diplomatic, and that would only go to Russia because they have some Middle Eastern ties and that we're involved in currently. But if that subsides and maybe we strike some sort of diplomatic deal with Russia, guess who takes their place? China. And then it'll be in every goddamn category. And so my point is, I will not vote for Joe Biden. And you can lock that down right here and now. And I mean, I left the party, so that should give you a hint. I will not vote for a man who is a fucking shill for the communist government of China. So to hell with him. And if you are considering voting for him, you really need to think about it. You really need, I mean, and feel free to, if your politics align with like someone like Tulsi Gabbard, fine, vote for somebody like Tulsi Gabbard. Based on what I've seen of her, I don't think Tulsi Gabbard is going to be a shill for the Chinese government. But Joe Biden and his son, by all appearances, spend a lot of their time, a disproportionate amount of their time, downplaying the threat that China poses to our country and to the Western world. You should really be concerned with his foreign policy stances. Okay. So let's take another vote in the chat. Actually, let me get to some super chats before we take a vote in the chat. Avalox says, PewDiePie, yeah, we won't watch that now. I got a video I just remembered from Fox News about YouTube. Let me give me a second here to look that up on my other screen. Get that ready to go. Let's find Fox News. Fox News, where is it? Ah, here it is. Okay. Let me he goes on, I'll skip his his monologue because it's a good monologue. It's a good video, and it's why I'm going to show it eventually. This is a very, like, Tucker Carlson continues to be great. He's a great voice, and I appreciate him being out there. I mean, for all the boomers and cringe lords on Fox News, Tucker Carlson is just a league above fucking everybody. And he's reaching out to the left. You can't say that he's in his own echo chamber. He constantly reaches out to the left, and includes Glenn Greenwald, who continuously shows up on Fox News on his show, and he just speaks his mind, and he doesn't shout over him or anything like back during the late Bush years, early Obama years, where Fox News would just shout over all their guests. That's not Tucker Carlson. So we'll get to that though. But let me get to the super chats really quick because they're stacking up here and people get frustrated when I don't get to them. Will M says, Keemstar are spearheading an attack on MSN advertisers about freaking time. They need to target investors as well, so that what they do isn't profitable. Yes, I agree. We'll get to that. Prince of Conquest says, Rip Boogie. He's been bullied to death apparently by Melon Man. Leonard Church, says, do you still think the pendulum will swing back so you can crush these commies, or do you think there is a cultural civil war is inevitable? It's hard to say exactly. I would still say culturally, those of us on our side, whatever you want to, it's obviously a combination of different groups, but our side is still losing culturally, in my view. But I do think that eventually our enemies are going to overplay their hand, and it's basically going to be the maneuver of when you're in a sword fight and the other person overcommits to a swing, and you can basically catch their arm and then stick a knife in their fucking throat, metaphorically speaking. Please don't ban me, YouTube. That is what's going to happen. That I think at some point, one of these outlets, one of these different people are going to do that, overcommit. We're going to get a killing blow, and then it's just going to be the pendulum swinging in the other direction. But it's a question of how bad things will get up until the pendulum does swing back. I don't think that it has swung back, but I do think it will eventually. But culturally, in terms of media, man, dude, I can only continue to tell you that I'm fucking black-pilled on media still. But culture itself, society itself, I do think eventually that pendulum's going to swing back. It's just going to be a matter of how bad it gets before it does. Jehuzak says, Louis, for that new lawnmower, have a sip on me. Thanks. I just mowed my lawn. Was it yesterday? Yes, it was yesterday. And it's growing. Inferno Chill says, some figs on me. Don't smoke them all at once. Thank you, Inferno. Sabanotic, my MasterCard doesn't work on Substar. So what did you give me? Is it South Korean dollars? What is that? SEK? Late figure. Thanks, Sibo. Try not to give me too. If you're going to support me on Subscribestar. I guess I'll shill it now. I've had a couple people subscribe since a bunch of people said if you want to support people, do it now, because I'm waiting to get demonetized. I'm just lucky that I'm small enough. I know it's going to take longer with me because I'm small. But they will eventually demonetize me. I know that for a fact. So if you want to support me, don't give me money over YouTube and give them a cut. Just send me a one-time donation on Subscribestar, or support me on Subscribestar every month, whether it's $1 or $50 or $100. Whatever you want to give me is up to you. I've had a few people recently be very generous with me, and I absolutely thank you for that. And I can't promise anything now because everything's pretty up in the air as it is. But there might be some serious changes coming to my channel in the future. Who's to say? Because I suddenly had a very big, thanks to one person, I had a very big influx of cash, liquid currency, and might be some serious changes coming based on that. And I won't say much more than that. Raging Buffalo says, all your heirs, what is that? All your heirs belong to me? I'm sorry, Raging, I can't follow you with that. Zontar says, Galaxy's Edge looks like Shift, but I kind of want a lightsaber. Still think it'll flop. Toy Story Land flopped hard financially. Is that a movie or is that a theme park? I'm not really sure. Galaxy's Edge, I'm not even sure what that is. Is that the new? Is that the new? Is that the new theme park to Star Wars or whatever? Yeah, I mean, you actually have to have a genuine fan base for something like that to work. Ivan says, in $10 Australian or Austrians, whatever begins with an A, remove burrito. I still remember that guy, that one Trump supporter. Let me find it. Trump supporter, make my fucking tacos. It was so funny. Like, I obviously don't agree with you yelling at Mexican people to go make your burrito, bitch. But this was funny as fuck. Because this guy basically looks like the guy that, like, I would be personally afraid of. Because he's like a psycho. I mean, I'm sure maybe this is like giving him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he's not always like this. Maybe he got antagonized to the point that he flipped out and lost his shit. But I get the feeling that he might be like this kind of all the time. Because it seems like kind of a roided out bro in his 30s. And my advice to him would be to not say this kind of shit to Mexicans. Like, I know how he might be frustrated by the current events of everything. But this doesn't help the image of the right. It really doesn't. It makes you look bad. It makes us all look bad. It makes the Republican Party look bad. It makes Trump supporters look bad. You shouldn't say this kind of stuff. So let's see here.
That's stolen property, my God. What the fuck are you doing? You just stole his son. You're done. You're doing your job real good, man.
So he starts out by saying that I will fuck your whole family with my big cock. So we're already off to a bad start with this guy. Oh, God. So I have to say that I partially endorse this message. I partially endorse his message just because it's so over the top. It's so fucking over the top. I will take on 10 of you guys at once. I will fuck up like 10 of you guys. So I will disavow him threatening that guy. I will disavow that because I didn't hear him being threatened to begin with, and that's not appropriate. You shouldn't be talking that kind of shit if you're the one initiating. That's inappropriate for you to do. Hopefully you guys appreciated that. People in the chat are spamming Chad. Absolute Chad. Oh, man. Have you guys seen that clip before? I saw that it was by a left-wing meme guy. Let me look up that video. Trump train. I'm trying to remember the name of the YouTuber. He kind of Todd Dracula. He was doing left-wing meme videos. Let me get the video up here. Woo! You guys remember the 2016 election? Woo! Oh man, 2016, baby.
We might have to kill him.
That was a Secret Service agent. Oh, I remember this one. Oh shit. Oh man.
Jesus is the most high God, and you bitches are done. Fuck you.
Oh man, dude, 2016, man. Those are the good days. You guys remember those days? Holy fuck. Oh man, the 2016 election, dude, that was fucking crazy. Are you guys ready for 2020? Oh man. That I will disavow the guy on the subway train in like New York City. You said put him back in the talking about black. Like You should go watch that video. I don't know. I had to look it up, but that put him back in the fields guy, that guy was fucking crazy. That guy was crazy. He said some more shit other than that. That guy was fucking off the chain. And I obviously disavow that guy. I don't disavow the guy saying that Jesus is the most high God. Because if you're a Christian, that is actually what you believe. So it's like, yeah, listen to this crazy guy saying, fuck you, Jesus is the, Jesus is the highest God. It's like, okay, well, that's what Christians believe. Like, how you disavow that guy? He says, fuck you. Okay. Like, the people on the left aren't saying exactly the same shit. Oh, man. Do I think that 2020 is going to be as fun, as insane as 2016? I don't know, man. I mean, I think it's going to be way worse in terms of censorship, but it might be as crazy, dude. Because nothing brings out the fucking lunatics like presidential elections do. Because that's when most people are active in politics. Most people actually talk about politics. And most people are incredibly tribal. And they vote for parties. So you're not going to get the most intelligent people speaking when you have that. So yeah, this guy is a fucking mad. What I love is the fucking still from the YouTube video, which is, I forget what it's motion blurred. Oh man, that's so funny. That's I'm thinking about making this the actually, can I save this image? I won't let me. I'll look it up later. Might make that my thumbnail to this video. Anyways, back to the super chats. I don't even remember. Oh, remove burrito. That's what brought that on. Brett said, the fuck happened, Waltz? I was either in Iraq, the field, or getting med boarded. What? I don't follow that, Brett, but thanks. Dylan98 says, I hated the way people were saying tariffs do more harm than good, clearly not understanding that Trump was using this as leverage against Mexico. Anyone that says, did you know that tariffs are taxes? Like, that's the dumbest fucking person in the world. It's either a cynical actor that's intentionally saying that for the purposes of trying to back globalization and globalism in general, but they don't want to say that that's what they support, or they're stupid. Because it's a truism. Tariffs are taxes. Oh, yeah, so is the sales tax. So is the luxury tax. So is the gas tax. So is the airfare tax. So is the tobacco tax. So are the 100 other fucking taxes related to products that you could eliminate instantly. One stroke of the pen, devise a piece of legislation, pass it, have a governor sign on it, boom. You've eliminated all those taxes. I don't hear anyone calling for those taxes being eliminated. Don't hear anyone bitching about that, just about fucking tariffs that are being effectively utilized. Did you see Biden asked for the little girl's address? No, Inferno. I saw the other day that he sniffed the hair of another little girl. He put his hands on her shoulders and leaned down and sniffed her really quick. It was really gross. So he's still doing it. He's still fondling little girls. Ivan says, you hear about the Chinese military docking at Sydney to buy Australian baby formula? I didn't know that that's why they were there, but I did see articles about Chinese military ship docking in Sydney for some reason that was unannounced to the public. Sabonic says, immigrants didn't open the borders. Remember that? No, they didn't. They didn't open the borders. We did. Our government did. Our politicians and elite did. Prince of Conquest says, we unironically need an Appalachian mafia to beat up these gremlins from our video games and all things we care about. Gamer mafia now. Sure. I mean, the only way that we gamers can take care of this is to become Chads, like that guy with all the tattoos on his chest that was screaming, go make my taco or my burrito. We need to become that guy. We need to become Chads and start bullying these male feminist future convicts out of our hobby. Rise up. I thought my life was a tragedy, and now I know it's a comedy. And I also want to see that movie. I'm making fun of it, or I'm making light of it, but I actually want to see it. It looks pretty good. I am a fan of DC, as much as that I can say that, because they don't really produce much of anything. Meritrix says, pop your collar and mow your lawn, boomer. If you haven't read Peter Zilhan, I recommend it. What are your thoughts on Alberta possibly becoming the 51st state? With polling at 50% succession and the results of their last election, I'm not aware of Alberta. That's, I believe, a province in Canada. Alberta, let me look that up. Yes, that is... Okay, yeah, it's near British Columbia. It's next to Saskatchewan. Oh, it hit, dude. I'm surprised. It has Edmonton in it. I know that's a bunch of in Calgary as well. You're telling me that the fucking regressives haven't overwhelmed Alberta? You know, it's got a few more cities up north, but like in freaking Ontario, dude. Despite there being some quote unquote conservatives in Ontario, because of the population of Toronto, like the freaking regressives just own the entire province, as far as I'm aware. Like, Ontario has in so many regressives living in it. And Canada in general, like, the conservatives, as far as I'm aware, in Canada are kind of a joke. Like, they're even worse than the so-called conservatives in the UK. So, secession, yeah. Are you sure they're not succeeding to become a freaking socialist state? Or a vassal state of Cuba or something? I'd be less surprised by that than actually being, driven by right-wing secessionists. No more states, by the way. I'm very much an advocate of getting rid of the shitty territories that we don't need and that are nothing more than tax drains on the federal government. The worst being Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is nothing more than a drain on the U.S. economy, the U.S. government, a sponge for taxpayer dollars that they give nothing back to. And 50% of the people that come to this country from Puerto Rico do not speak a fucking word of English. They are not U.S. citizens, and they should not have U.S. citizenship. If you can't speak English, you are not a citizen, in my opinion. English should be registered officially as the official language of the United States, and if you do not speak it, you should not be a citizen. Period. I'm really sick of investigating freaking Puerto Ricans and having them just be the biggest deadbeat losers in the world, and them just literally require, in order to go to court and get money for sitting on their ass, they have to have the state hire an interpreter because they do not speak English. They can't even speak enough English to accept their paycheck. That is how bad so many Puerto Ricans are. So yes, I call for the immediate revocation of all Puerto Rican citizenship as being American. They are Puerto Rican. They are not American. They will wave that fucking flag of theirs in your face as you pay for their life. Fuck Puerto Rico. I can't say it any more clear than that. They should never be a state. And if they do, we should treat them like the fucking Germans. Or the freaking Japanese even. Because they have about as much in common with us as the fucking Imperial Japanese and the Nazi Germany. They don't speak our language. They actively resent our country. They look to take our money from us, and they live off of us. I know that that's not true for every Puerto Rican, especially, I guess, out west, but on the East Coast, man, I swear to God, it's like every fucking Puerto Rican I meet. They either they speak English and they got a fucking chip on their shoulder and they got to wave their flag in my face, or they literally speak no English and they're a freaking on disability or welfare. Trump will be live tweeting the Dem debates gold. Yes, that will be funny when Trump is live tweeting the Dem debates. That is going to be a fucking clusterfuck. I will guarantee you that right now. The Democratic debates are going to be a fucking bloodbath. So buckle up for that. There's definitely going to be some videos made by many people about them. They're going to be a freaking clown show. Graham says, I live in Edmonton, so far left, I want to secede. From Canada? Someone's gonna have to like send me an article to explain it because I don't really understand. Not really sure what about Alberta, who wants to secede, why, what are they hoping to secede to? Doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. Somebody says in the chat, Louis, I'm a Puerto Rican, and I do agree with you. Most of the Puerto Ricans who live in New York are scammers. I can't speak for the whole state, but I can say that it's disturbing. Graham says there is a secession movement in Alberta. Yes, I understand. What are they seceding from? Like, I don't understand. Who is seceding? Who wants to secede? Explain that. Don't tell me that there's a secession. Thank you for the support. But explain what exactly, who's seceding? Inferno Chill says, treat them like the Japanese. I see we're channeling our inner FDR today. Maybe so. Click the link. Come on, chat. There we go. Okay, so here is what I've been linked about fucking Alberta. Some Canadian news for all you guys from the Canadian National Post. A new poll suggests Alberta is the province that most wants to separate from Canada, not Quebec. While the threat of Quebec separatism in the 90s was much more real, I can't do a proper Canadian accent anymore. Quebec is still the Canadian province that most likely associated with wanting to secede from the country. And see, that's what happens with a province or a state or whatever that wants to secede. You like the failure on Canada's part was to incorporate French into the national language, where you have to be taught both English and French. That was a mistake. What you should have done was had state agents, soldiers, or what have you, march into Quebec, arrest the ringleaders of the secession movement, and if anyone violently reacts, you shoot them. And you make English mandatory in every public institution in Quebec. That's how you stamp out a secession movement. You don't enable them. A February poll, blah, blah, blah. 50% of Albertans would secede from Canada. In many ways, Quebec is getting a good deal in Canada. Alberta says has an economy that has been suffering because of the issues of distribution of oil. Oh, oil and gas. See, that's all you had to say. Now I know. Now I completely understand what this is about. Oil and gas. That's all you had to fucking say. Now I understand. Now I completely understand. So it's people that want to tap into the oil and gas. Yes, exactly. Whereas Alberta is feeling alienated from the country and can't ship their oil. They have a natural resource they want to ship, commodify, and package to probably the United States and other Western countries, and they are unable to do it because of Canada's regulation. Now I understand. Now I understand. Okay, we got another link from Resident Canuck Mare Treks. So this is the makeup of the Alberta general election. It is the United Conservative Party won 54% of the popular vote, 63 seats. Okay. So I take these guys are right wing. Let me click on United Conservative Party just to see what they believe. Progressive conservatives. Oh, geez. Conservatism, corporate socialism. Oh, God. Corporatocracy, social conservatism. I guess they're considered by Wikipedia to be right wing, but I don't know, man. Some of these things that apparently they're about are kind of scary to me. Corporate socialism, that doesn't sound very cool to me. But they're apparently the major party in Alberta, Canada. When was this? When was this election? It was this year, but April 16th of this year. Okay. Yeah, well, I don't know what to tell you guys in Canada. I'm not sure what you can really do. You're going to have to compete with the United States when it comes to oil and gas, because right now, as far as I'm aware, we're still booming in terms of oil and gas. Z Freak says, "Go cook my burrito, bitch." When keeping it real goes wrong. That's a great Chappelle Show reference. All right. So that's enough about fucking Canadian politics. Who cares? Can I have everyone in the chat say just who cares? Or fuck Canadian politics. Who cares? Who cares about Canadian politics? Who cares? Go make my Tim Hortons, bitch. That's what I have to say to you Canadians in my chat. Go make my Tim Hortons. Go make my turkey bacon club sandwich, bitch. Serve me my sausage egg on a biscuit, bitch. Oh man, now I'm starting a war in the chat. I'm starting a war in the chat between the Canadians that follow me and the Americans. I love my country. Go make my Tim Hortons. Go make my coffee. Medium 1-in-1 Canadians listening to me right now. I don't even care if you support my channel. Go make my coffee. Medium 1-in-1. Go get it. All right, where the fuck are we even at this point? Where are we? I don't even know anymore. This is what happens when people in my own chat create tangents for me. It's not helping. All right, yeah, we're going to have a vote. We're going to have a vote. Black pill tranny story. Press 1 for black pill tranny story. Press 2 for religion of peace. So 1 for tranny story, 2 for religion of peace. What do we got? Let's go, chat. Come on. Let's see it. Ooh, man. Again, it's a good mixture. I think I'm seeing a couple more 2s. I'm seeing, there are a lot of 1s. Is it Blair White? No. All right, I'm going to go with 2. So the tranny story's on hold. So we are going to talk about beardos, let's say, for the sake of the algorithm on YouTube. I know eventually I'm going to slip and use the word, but you can all see what we're talking about on screen. So beardos, all of you will have to remember that they are the world's biggest victims. You might say otherwise, and I know that this Ramadan was kind of peaceful compared to many of the others of the last few years, but they're the victims. We got to all remember that. So let's read this article from Reuters on some Danish beardos. So Copenhagen, Reuters. Growing numbers of Danish beardos say they have faced verbal abuse, exclusion, and hate crimes since mainstream political parties began adopting anti-immigrant policies, previously the preserve of the far right. So here's the question that I have. Here's the big thing from my chat. Why beardos? Why not Romanians or Englishmen or Americans? How come Danes aren't having problems with Americans? I mean, there might be as many Americans in their country as there are beardos, Why not Englishmen? Why not Americans? Why not Brazilians? Why not Canadians? Why not Mexicans? Why not every other? Why not Japanese? Why not Swedes instead of Danes? Got problems with Swedes. Your neighbors near you at least. Why not the Irish? Why not the Scottish? Why? Why is it the Beardos? Why? I mean, you look at this guy right here. Look at this guy right here in his really weird suit. Doesn't he look like a nice guy? Doesn't this guy in the suit where he kind of demonstrates he has no fashion sense and a receding hairline that he's barely masking and bad skin that he should probably wash with whatever that soap is called? Look at how happy he is. Look at this guy. Doesn't this guy look like somebody you want to be your neighbor? He looks like a nice guy. Tariq Zaid Hussein in Copenhagen. Doesn't he look like a Dane to you? That might be a little bit too red-pilled. But what's the problem? I don't understand. And why is it particularly the Beardos? Why? Why isn't it somebody else? The ruling center-right Liberal Party and the opposition Social Democrats both say a tough stance in immigration is needed to protect Denmark's cherished welfare system and to integrate the migrants and refugees already in the country. But Milana Girafri, 26, who came to Denmark from Afghanistan in 2001 as a refugee, fears that, anti-Beardo attitudes could harden further as the immigration debate heats up ahead of a general election on June 5th. And this already happened because of, me taking a while to get around to it. So once again, I'm going to beg the question, why are we talking about Beardos? Why aren't we talking about Americans? I'm sure there's got to be some Americans in Denmark. Why aren't they complaining about Americans running around going like, we want more free speech, firearm rights now? Oh, those goddamn Americans are so annoying. They're demanding rights. They're demanding access to firearms. They're demanding free speech. They're shit-talking us, and they're getting in the fights, and I don't know, like whatever, like they're cooking pizzas. All these pizza places that Americans are opening. Why aren't they complaining about Americans or Canadians? How come it's not those nationalities? Why is it we keep coming back to a certain religion? I don't really understand. Why isn't it anybody else? You ever notice that as it relates to all these different countries and Nordish Europe? Why is it always this one particular group? Why? It's no other group I've heard of. I have not heard of the Swedish or the Danes or anybody complaining about any other group but this one. Why is that? In 2015, I thought, wow, what's happening? And I think it's got a lot worse over the last few years. Yeah, I wonder why. Why has it gotten worse over the last few years? Is it just because all the Danes have become racist? Is that why they just radicalized into becoming racist? What's happened? Whatever her Lady Beardo, who has more than once been told to go back to her own country. By the way, when you're a refugee, eventually you go back. That's the whole point about being a refugee from another state. Eventually you go back. But what's amazing to me that whether it's the Danes, whether it's the Danish or the Netherlands, or whether it's here, no one ever goes back. No one. They always stay here. Like what happened with the El Salvadorians. Like 200, whatever, how many thousand came here in like the 90s. They just stayed. That's not what refugee status is. I asked if I could help him, but he didn't look at me at all. He just stood and waited for another girl who was an ethnic Danish girl who also works as a teacher and has a degree in Danish. The number of immigrants from non-Western countries and their descendants who have experienced discrimination because of their ethnic background rose to 48% last year from 43% 2 years ago, according to the National Integration Barometer. If people are ready and willing to become part of Danish society and want to contribute to it, then we invite them to become part of one of the best functioning societies in the world, said Mads Fuglard, the Liberal Party's immigration spokesman. But we need to be able to discuss openly if there's are problems with groups of people, he said, citing a large number of immigrant women from the Middle East who have not found work in Denmark. He did not see any connection between racist incidents and the tone of immigration debate. Tariq Zaid Hussein, 26, a Danish-born Muslim, I slipped, of Palestinian origins, has written a book about being Beardo in Denmark. He told Reuters he has received death threats. Oh, isn't that convenient for him? An environment has, by the way, why would you just receive death threats? I've received, I think, 2 death threats ever, but it's because I'm a public person. I'm a commentator on YouTube. I'm very incendiary in many ways. You know, I give opinions and I'm very strident about them. I'm very loud and I rant a lot. I've gotten 2 death threats in 5 years. Now I'm a small figure, but so is this fucking guy, most likely. He's getting death threats. Ooh, spooky, scary. Why? Why? That's the question I would have with him is, how come, pal? Like, if you're out there basically saying, you know, I like cats. Here's a book that I wrote about cats, about how much I love cats, all the ways to take care of cats, all the kind of cats there are. It's an encyclopedia of all the cats in the world. Is that the book you wrote? Oh, I don't know. Do you get a death threat for that kind of book? I don't know. An environment has been created where you can say crazy things without too many people even raising an eyebrow, said Hussein, who works as a lawyer. He's a lawyer. I wonder what kind of law he practices. I wonder if it's defense. I wonder if he's a defense attorney and he works for an activist organization. Or he works with a certain kind of group of beardos. I and a lot of other of my generation feel that no matter what we do, we are not good enough in the eyes of society, he added. No matter how educated we are or how integrated we become, we are not good enough because of our skin color or our religion. So the first half of that is your excuse. The second half of that, bang, 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 bang. I wonder if that has something to do with it. I wonder if your religion has something to do with the fact that you're getting death threats and people are telling you to go back to your own country. I wonder. If I went to the Netherlands, if I walked around not speaking any Danish, if I just walked up to people and said, hey, wow, your country is like its own little white ethno state, and it's really clean and nice. I don't really agree with a lot of your welfare systems because I'm an investigator in my own country and they're constantly abused. Do you speak English? And they might, because there's a good chance, because English is the lingua franca. And I'm a polite, caring person. You know, I don't litter. I don't do all sorts of things that many people would find and be disgruntled by. I don't foist my beliefs on others with the threat of violence. Hint, hint. And I would not go to the Netherlands wanting the Netherlands to become America outside of the principles and values that I think are likely superior to those in the Netherlands. And it's likely free speech, access to firearms, and maybe a few other things such as that. Because I think the United States is superior to other countries in a few different ways. And I think having it codified in the founding documents of a country that you have freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom of conscience, and all the rest, that goes a long way in actually having a good country. And you might have your ethno-state now, but it doesn't seem to be too functional at the moment. And I'm sure that in your own country, there's all sorts of censorship and clamping down on civil liberties. But what you need to have is a foundational document that says that you have a right, freedom of association and speech. That way, no one can, the state, no matter how much they want to, can't strip away your rights. Denmark isn't Sweden, at least there's that, yeah. Oh man, we got a super chat here. Where the fuck is my cursor? Name the Beardo Louis. I don't want to. I don't want fucking Susan's listening, bruh. Susan's fucking listening, Prince. I can't. Magnus says Louis should look up Rasmus Paulton. He did everything short of dropping the JQ on a live television, national TV in Denmark, and the shit show was beautiful. Was he a beardo? Or was he like some sort of like white advocate or something? Anyways, okay, that's enough. Should I keep going with this? Like, it just goes on and on and on. Oh, I'm an immigrant. I'm an immigrant. People are so mean. People are so mean. Right-wing parties on the rise. He was a Danish ethno-nationalist. Well, I disavow that, Magnus. I disavow that. Ethno-nationalism is stupid. I mean, he's a Dane, so he can fucking, you know, believe whatever he wants to, but I disavow. So no, people say next topic. No, we're still on the same topic because I got this. So I want to hear from the FBI. What's going on in the United States of America? How's it going? How is integration going in the United States? FBI, let's go. FBI, biased organization that investigated Trump for 2 years based on nothing.
In the complaint,
what's going on?
Along with Ahmed, Yusuf, Noor, and others, recruited each other, supported each other's efforts to get to Syria, helped each other with funding, and worked exclusively and extensively to come up with the best travel arrangements. On multiple occasions, members of the group were stopped from traveling to Syria. Their plans were disrupted, and the consequences of their actions were made clear to them. Yet they continued. Guled, for example, was stopped multiple times.
By the way, this is What's-Her-Face's district. This was in, is it Tlaib? No, it's not Tlaib. What's the other chick's name? Shout it out in the chat. What's her name? Say her name. I don't remember it offhand. This was her district where this happened. Ilhan Omar. Thank you, Seeley.
From traveling. But what is remarkable about this case is that nothing stopped these defendants from pursuing their goal. They never stopped plotting another way to get to Syria to join ISIL.
Oh.
They were not confused young men. They were not easily influenced.
Oh, no.
These are focused men
who are
intent on joining a terrorist organization by any means possible.
Oh, geez.
To be clear, we have a terror recruiting problem in Minnesota. And this case demonstrates how difficult it is to put an end to recruiting here.
Okay, we'll stop there. So he says we have a terror problem recruiting in Minnesota. I wonder what kind of minority do you have in Minnesota? Is it just all these white guys? Who's being recruited for ISIL? For the Islamic State? I wonder. Is it all the Mexicans? Is it all the Asians? We got all these Chinese and Japanese descendants. They're joining ISIL. Is that it? It's just I don't know. I just don't know. He doesn't even fucking say it, which I have to say that Andrew Luger, fuck you, pussy. Just say it. We all know who's being recruited. Just say it. But hey, let's head on over to the other side of the pond in the United Kingdom. Let's get some British news on scene. Oh my fucking God. The only Muslim in the House of Lords was a pedophile. He was literally in the House of Lords. Somebody that was a senior member of the Parliament in the United Kingdom, the only Muslim that I'm aware of in the House of Lords, was a fucking pedophile. Oh, I wonder, Lord Ahmed. Oh, I wonder what religion he is. I wonder what he is. I don't know. He has a beard, but we'll never know. We'll never know. I'm just going to say that you guys are probably having some bigoted beliefs right now. I'm just saying, you know, who knows? We don't know. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. I'm getting in my feed right now. We're getting an update from Johnny Faggot, our foreign correspondent. He's currently in Sri Lanka, India. What's going on in Sri Lanka there, Johnny? What's going on there? Okay, so that was our foreign correspondent, Johnny Faggot. Thanks for that, Johnny. Okay. Oh, back to United States news. Whatever. I don't give a fuck. Sri Lanka is not part of India, as far as I'm aware. It is. Okay, so we got a Bureau convert radicalized by left-wing rhetoric planned to bomb a right-wing rally and cause as many casualties as possible in revenge for the something church something massacre. You got to understand that like all these keywords are in YouTube right now, and they will just straight up demonetize or potentially ban any video. Like, several people had their videos taken down. Dankula had a video taken down. Devin Tracy had a video taken down. There's been a whole shitload of people caught up. And so that church, that's one of the keywords they search for taking down videos. So I legitimately don't, like, YouTube is going crazy right now, and I don't want them on my ass. Authorities say 26-year-old U.S. Army veteran Mark Domingo planned to build and detonate a weapon of mass destruction at a rally in Long Beach. He also considered other targets, including Jewish people, churches, and police officers. Domingo also told undercover FBI agents that he was contemplating a Las Vegas massacre-style attack on Santa Monica Pier. Oh, geez. So that's in California. At the height of summer. Wow. That would have been thousands of people. America needs another Vegas event in order to give them a taste of terror they gladly spread all over the world, said Domingo. Domingo had expressed support online for violent jihad and wanted to become a martyr, according to authorities. During a meeting with an FBI agent posing as an accomplice, Domingo said he wanted a device that could kill at least 50 people and arrived at the meeting with an AK-47 style rifle to show he was serious about his plans. And apparently he was an Afghanistan war veteran. Domingo visited the site of the Long Beach rally and told authorities he was in the process of constructing a nail bomb that would be remotely detonated, like a what was it? The Boston Marathon? They got bombed with that same sort of thing, a pressure cooker bomb with nails. The investigation, which was some more beardos, by the way. The investigation successfully disrupted a very real threat posed by a trained combat soldier who repeatedly stated that you want to cause the maximum number of casualties, said the federal prosecutor Nick Hanna. This story proves once again that the entire punch and Nazi narrative that the left has pushed for the last 3 years is radicalizing potential terrorists. All political violence must be denounced in equal measure, and no matter who the perpetrators or the targets. Absolutely agreed, Paul Joseph Watson. Okay. So that's the end of Akbar news. That's it for the Akbar stories. Let me see if there's any witty super chats that I missed. Prince says all immigration to the United States was a mistake, including the Euro pores, Appalachia gang. Appalachia gang. I guess I only have to disagree for my grandfather was Irish, and he was, well, partially anyways. I'm like 75% English. But he was a good guy. So he also moved to Canada first, so he still had his way in. CJ says, hey, Louis, did you watch the Dems do the She the People talk? It was hella woke. Tulsi was for Hawaiian reparations. what? I can't even imagine wanting to give reparations to anyone who's Japanese that we like. The internment thing was one thing, but I'd have to look up the history of Hawaii again to see how we came across that territory. But we should not be giving anything to what was formerly Japanese, Imperial Japanese territory. They should be not getting a fucking cent. The Imperial Japanese were some of the most brutal, conquering horde that this world has ever seen. Like, they were something out of, back in the day with, the Chinese and the Mongols and shit. That's how brutal they were on a mass scale. So, no, I don't believe that any of their former colonies, especially if they are ethnically there, like it was in Hawaii, that they deserve any freaking money. They don't deserve anything. Yeah, thanks for that, CJ. That's stupid on Tulsi's part. Stop with the reparations. Eventually, I'm going to do a video giving you my idea on how to deal with, because people say, well, Louis, how do we deal with the separatists in our country? How do we deal with the identitarians, with the black nationalists, and all these sort of types? And I have a solution to that. There is a solution. But for the sake of spoiling a potential video, I won't say it here. But I have a solution. I have a way to deal with that issue. And it's not a joke or we're going to do something violent or anything like that. It's all voluntary. It's all very peaceful, and it will work. So here's an article from Douglas Murray called British Values. And this is because Trump went to the UK to meet with May for the final time and with the Queen. British values have nothing to do with this craze for facile virtue signaling. And I think that Douglas Murray may be the single neocon, the single exception to neoconservatism for being good and moral and intelligent. Oh no, it's behind a paywall. I guess I can't read this article then. Hold on, let me grab the link and try to find a fucking archive. Nope. Let me see here. Fuck. Clicking too fast. There we go. Nope. Try another archive service. .is. There we go. Try this. Come on. We're currently archiving. Loading. Come on. Come on. What the fuck? How long does this take? All right, I guess fuck this article. Oh, man. All right, let me close that out and move this over. There we go. Sorry about that. I should have checked beforehand. Okay, Okay, I guess we'll do the tranny story. This is from the 7th. So I had somebody send me this on Twitter, and it is a disturbing story, and it's from Brazil. So, like, once again, this is a victory for frickin' Bolsonaro, who gets to point this out and be like, yeah, this is what's happened to our country. Couple stabs 9-year-old boy to death after makeshift gender reassignment surgery. Oh, God, the names. Brazilian boy, 9 years old, was stabbed to death on May 31st by his mother, Rosana da Silva Canadillo, 27, and lesbian partner, Cassia Damasceno. God damn these names. There's like 2 last names. Freaking Hispanics or Latinos or whatever. South Americans. The boy was stabbed to death as he slept after suffering for a year after a botched gender reassignment. So, by the way, this is going to be a black-pilled fucking article. After a botched gender reassignment surgery. According to Brazil's Child Protective Services, the boy had a kind of sex change surgery. After removing the penis, they sewed the mutilated region and improvised a version of a female genital organ, making a cut in the groin. So again, this was like done on like some backroom surgeon's table. And again, it's on a 9-year-old. The surgery had apparently been performed with no medical supervision after Ruhan's mother had decided to turn her son into a girl. Brazilian woman's father had previously contacted Child Protective Services and the police after expressing concerns about the welfare of his son. Ruha, okay, so this is the boy and her partner, mother and her partner were able to evade the authorities by moving across states and across the country. CPS were unable to keep up to save the boy's life. His father told the press, "We tried to save my son. We published messages on social media. We contacted the police and Child Protective Services. No one helped us. It appears that his son had suffered from extensive psychological trauma from his mother for being male before his penis was severed and his eventual death." And that's the end of the article. So, yeah. These are the kind of stories, man. These are the kind of stories where, yeah, and the thing is that like they mutilated their own child. Like, I know it's not the one lesbian's child, but it's the other ones. These 2 women should be spending the rest of their lives in jail or in prison. Okay. Doing this kind of thing to a child before you stab them to death, they should spend the rest of their lives in prison. Like I said, and for those of you that believe in the death penalty, and I'm not really sure about the legality in Brazil, you can say what you want to about that, and I'm not going to contradict you, especially for the one that did the stabbing. But this is the kind of crime that only somebody who is legitimately evil could ever do. Because again, this is not to some random child. It's not even that kind of separation. This is to their own child, who they psychologically abused because they hated him for being a boy. They mutilated him and then murdered him after fleeing from authorities. Brazil has no death penalty. I know I'm Brazilian. Well, like I said, these 2 women, they should spend the rest of their lives in prison. And if I was in that jury, dude, goddamn, that would be the quickest return on verdict ever. My God, dude, I'd be breathing fire in that back room. It's like, okay, what do you guys think? I'd be freaking animated saying that these 2 women need to go to prison for as long as possible, because I believe the jury in what is it, the not the chairman, senior juror, whatever it is, like the person that actually reads to the judge, like their opinion or the opinion of the jury, you can, in that, if I remember correctly, you can actually, as the jury, recommend, not to that judge, but in your guilty verdict, recommend the maximum sentence to then carry over to the sentencing judge. So as a jury, you can recommend like a maximum penalty. Not like officially, because the sentencing judge ultimately has that determination, but you can recommend it. Foreman, that's it. Thank you, Dean Domino. Good New Vegas reference. But yeah, there's your black pilled story for the evening. That was a bad one. But I read it and I was like, God, this is so terrible. But anyways, moving on to better news. So, you can see here's Steve Bannon right here, who I had the pleasure of meeting, and this is Raheem Kassem, who I know is at least tacitly friends with Sargon. I have not met him. I don't know if I really want to read through all the building up of this, but I'll consolidate this. Raheem Kassem, Will Chamberlain, and a few other people restarted a old right-wing magazine called Human Events. And I'm not really familiar with Human Events, but it was apparently some sort of like right-wing or right-leaning tabloid once upon a time that was big in the 80s with Ronald Reagan that went out of business. Raheem bought the rights to it, and he's restarted it. And here he is with Will Chamberlain right here. And they have recreated this magazine to, in part, take on the left, but also to take on the neocons or the rhinos or whatever you want to call them, because they are, and David French of the National Review, that's another one. They really don't like the National Review. I don't really like the National Review. I don't like David French. He's a fucking globalist. He's an internationalist conservative, so fuck him. And that's who they want to take on, who they call Conservative Incorporated. That's their nickname for what this is about. It's the corporate right. And we start, or introduce you to their outlet with this piece by Will Chamberlain from the end of May called Against Peacetime Conservatism. And we'll read some of this. And it's a reference to the Godfather. Before he launched an audacious plan to simultaneously murder the heads of the 5 crime families opposing him, Michael Corleone had to make a staffing decision. He had to tell Tom Hagen, his consigliere and longtime friend, that he was fired. Tom Hagen was a perfectly good, competent man, but he was the wrong man for the times. Michael Corleone needed to win his war, or he and his family would be murdered. Tom Hagen was a peacetime consigliere, and the Corleones were not at peace. Neither are we. Peacetime conservatives complained that their colleagues have abandoned their principles. Wartime conservatives refuse to adhere to self-defeating principles. Peacetime conservatives worry about the setting precedents that Democrats could exploit in the future. Wartime conservatives recognize that Democrats do unprecedented things all the time. Peacetime conservatives renounce government power and rely on the invisible hand mechanisms. Wartime conservatives don't hesitate to use government power to achieve conservative ends. Peacetime conservatives insist that facts don't care about your feelings, which is obvious dig at Shapiro. Wartime conservatives know that the scoreboard doesn't care about your facts, which is a very strong statement. Peacetime conservatives think college students should pay off their college debts. Wartime conservatives think odious college debt is a good excuse to seize university endowments. Peacetime conservatives think that social media companies should enjoy the blessings of liberty. Wartime conservatives think that platform access is a civil right. Peacetime conservatives voted for Hillary Clinton, Evan McMullin, or stayed home. Wartime conservatives voted for Donald Trump. The first rule of wartime conservatism: principles that prevent you from winning are probably bad principles. The libertarian embrace of open borders position is an obvious example of a self-defeating principle. Libertarians argue that people should be free to live where they want and cross whatever national borders they choose, so long as they don't violate the non-aggression principle. The end result, a massive influx of voters who want socialism and get it. Remember, in the 1990s, Democrats were the party of immigration restriction. Bill Clinton was positively Trumpian about the need to secure the border. Now, not so much. The Democrats are smart enough to not adhere to self-defeating principles. And if Joy Reid and Julian Castro are capable of grasping the issue at hand, so is their party. Conservative objections to regulating social media companies are similarly self-defeating. David French has suggested that conservatives should not intervene because social media companies ought to enjoy the blessings of liberty. And I've actually read that article. They are enjoying them too much. Facebook and Twitter are using those blessings to remove conservative influencers from the public square and swing the elections to Democrats. Oddly enough, outside of permitting social media companies to censor conservatives, Democrats don't care much about instantiating the blessings of liberty in public policy, and that's true. They play to win. If conservatives want to enjoy the blessings of liberty themselves, they need to be willing to restrict the liberty of adversarial social media companies, which again is another strong statement. Finally, conservative opposition to Trump's election, once he won the Republican nomination, was itself a manifestation of a self-defeating impulse. It was obvious that a Hillary Clinton presidency would have been disastrous for the conservative movement. Indeed, we would have likely been looking at a 6-3 Democratic Supreme Court, that's true, had Trump not prevailed. But even now, peacetime conservatives are oblivious to how important Trump's victory was. Just yesterday, David French tried to claim absurdly that the recent surge in state-level pro-life legislation was a product of patient, persistent, and courageous advocacy. Not so. It was the product of Donald Trump winning in 2016 and getting Neil Gorsuch's and Brett Kavanaugh confirmed. Pro-life movement is on the verge of the greatest victory in the history of its movement, and it's because conservatives turned out for Donald Trump. Oddly enough, you don't have to persuade the conservative base that self-defeating principles are silly. While peacetime conservatives prattle on about technocratic issues, the base is focused on metapolitic issues, social media censorship, immigration restriction, and confirming conservative judges. And while conservative thought leaders carp about Trump's character, the base grasps that this was indeed the Flight 93 election and voted accordingly. The second rule of wartime conservatism: assume your adversaries are acting in bad faith. Just this week, we had a great example of this dynamic at play. The media put out a story about how Trump demanded that the United States, or the USS John McCain be removed from view at Trump's press conference because Trump's lingering animosity towards a recently deceased senator. The story had all the hallmarks of fake news, and yet some conservatives still suggested it was probably true. And they quote Ben Shapiro. This is not the first time Mr. Shapiro has jumped the gun on a left-wing outrage festival. When the Covington Catholic kids were framed by left-wing activists, Shapiro and Rich Lowry joined the pylon, and that's true. And I disavow that of them. The peacetime approach embodied here by Shapiro and Lowry is to assume that your opponents, like you, are just seeking out the good, and that you can collaborate with your opponents in Hegelian dialect to reach a policy synthesis that will benefit everyone, and that's sarcasm. The wartime approach is to assume that your opponents want to destroy you, are not interested in compromise, and have no scruples about misleading you and the rest of the public to achieve their political goals. And that is very much the astute analysis of someone who's actually paying attention. No one forced Ben Shapiro and Rich Lowry to join the pylon against the Covington Catholic kids. No one forced National Review to publish a loathsome op-ed by Nick Frankovich well after it was clear that the Covington kids were the victim of a valor-stealing left-wing activist. If they had simply withheld comment, presumed that there was more to the story, and waited for more facts to come in, they would have avoided looking foolish. The problem was that presuming good faith extends to the policy arena as well. During the debate over whether Trump should declare a national emergency to build a wall, peacetime conservatives objected on the grounds that doing so would set a precedent that the Democrats would exploit in the future, which is retarded because that's exactly what the DREAM Act was. the whole Dreamer situation, that was an executive order. So Obama used executive orders over and over again during his administration. So it's not really much of a critique to say that if Trump does it, it's inappropriate. It's like you can disagree with it in general, but to say that it sets a precedent is ridiculous because Obama regularly did that under his presidency. The problem with this analysis is the hidden presumption that Democrats only act within the confines of precedents set by Republicans. That's just not true. And one only has to look where mainstream Democrat discourse is in 2019. Among other policy proposals, Democrats want to pack the courts, abolish the Electoral College. That is 100% true. That seems to be mainstream at this point on a huge portion of the left, which I wholeheartedly disavow, because that is just trying to use New York, Illinois, California, and what they hope to be Texas to just decide every presidential election. It's just tyranny of the majority, and it's purely cynical. The entire purpose of the Electoral College is to give fair representation to every state in the union, and I endorse that. I think it's a good idea. I do not think we should be shutting out small states and rural states from national elections and the presidential election, because if you do it every single time, you are just going to get a inner city socialist. And it doesn't mean that, like, even this time with Trump is a New York Democrat that was elected by Republicans in rural states. You know, I'm sure they're not overjoyed with him either, but in my view, I'm fine with Trump when compared to like an evangelical Christian. You know, I'd rather have Trump than that. And no one has to look at where a mainstream Democratic okay, anyways, add a few new states that are solidly Democratic, which includes Puerto Rico, and implement universal voter registration. The Democrats offer pretextual technocratic explanations for all three of these proposals, but their true rationale is clear. If we take power, we will rewrite the basic rules to ensure our dominance, because we are all in the right, and only one of us can rule. Our adversaries want conservatives marginalized. We shouldn't assume they're acting in good faith, and I agree. Let me see how much more there is. Okay, I'll read the rest of this just because not much left. The third rule of wartime conservatism: don't just point out your conservatives' absurdities when you can use those absurdities against them. A common notion among conservatives is that the college debt crisis can be solved simply. College students should pay their debts. Kurt Schlichter, in every sense a wartime conservative, has characteristically swashbuckling polemic making this point. From a tactical perspective, this is perfectly fine. The baristas with gender studies degrees suffering under the weight of their debt loads aren't voting Republican anytime soon. So yeah, from a strategic point of view, there's no reason to help them. As cynical as that is, it's true. From a grand strategic perspective, however, this is a missed opportunity. Democratic presidential candidates are proposing both a massive student loan debt jubilee and free college for everyone. The former poses some fairness issues, but is ultimately not a major political problem for the right. The latter, however, would be a devastating blow to the conservative movement, as it would funnel enormous amounts of taxpayer money into institutions that are deeply adversarial to our movement. That's absolutely true. I not only believe that the issue with universities is a threat to the right, I believe that what's going on in universities right now is a threat to the continuation of the United States. We are generating tens of thousands of revolutionary activists that want to overthrow the country. So in the government and the country. And by that, I mean like our Constitution. So yeah, we should be handling this immediately. And it's a failure of the Republicans in Congress when they control both houses and the presidency to do goddamn anything about it. Massive failure on their part. Making college students pay their debt is a tactic. Using college debt as a cudgel against universities is a strategy. The fact that there are so many underemployed, over-indebted college graduates out there is solid evidence that the universities are defrauding their students, and I agree. I consider college to be a scam. In any other industry, if customers were spending $200,000 on a product that had a 50% failure rate, the government would put that company making that product out of business. But when it comes to universities, conservatives are perfectly happy to keep right on donating. But why? Universities are staffed top to bottom with progressives. Very true. College campuses are deeply hostile to free speech. True. Conservatives send their children to be taught by Marxists. True. Largely. It doesn't have to be that way. In the 16th century, Henry VIII dissolved the monasteries, seized their assets, and used them to fund the government. In the 21st century, why shouldn't conservatives want to dissolve unfriendly universities, seize their endowments, and use the proceeds to fund a student debt jubilee? Perhaps universities could be turned back into monasteries. Pleasant symmetry, no? And if progressives complain, well, they were the ones who have been calling for canceling student debt. The response should be fine, but if the debt needs to be canceled on such a scale, that means it's odious. The fraudulent institutions that issued the odious debt should be made to cover for the cost of the Jubilee. Furthermore, those institutions should be shut down so the fraud cannot continue. So I'm not necessarily endorsing this, by the way, because I don't actually think that this, in my view, is the proper solution, but I do think that tactically it's an idea and a decent threat. Ambitious, perhaps, but if the goal serves as an Overton anchor and makes defunding the university seem moderate, it will have served its purpose. And yes, I will agree with that, because defunding the universities, I believe to be the right solution to this issue. If you've been following human events for a while, you'll notice that we don't have a strong stance on many technocratic issues. We are open to heterodoxy on things like taxes, trade, regulation, healthcare, and other issues that in prior decades might have been seen as issues where there was only one acceptable conservative position. There's a reason for that. We're a big tent, positioned in the intersection of the MAGA grassroots and the Trump-friendly establishment. And within that tent is plenty of room for policy debates on technocratic issues. So that's good. That's open-minded. I appreciate that. Because that gives all of us an opportunity to win these people over, to win over Will here, and to win over Raheem, and this outlet to endorse our ideas, whether they be more establishment conservative or libertarian or what have you, or maybe philosophically liberal, who knows. This presents our advantage at giving them certain policy prescriptions that we would want implemented. And that's better than just having the neocons and the establishment right decide everything. And it's just going to be internationalism, I can tell you. For anything economic, it's just going to be the go-to. But there are issues where we brook no dissent. Those are the metapolitic issues, the ones that determine whether or not conservatives are able to wield power: social media, censorship, immigration, courts. Conservatives must be ruthless enough to prevail on those issues so that we can prevail at the ballot box. We should preserve the rule of law. We should preserve the capitalist system that has made us free and wealthy. We should preserve the structure of our constitutional system and the liberties that we are blessed with. And to do any of that, we have to win. So, great article here by Will Chamberlain. And that's why I read the entire thing. I know that that's technically a copyright, but I hope Will or, the editors at Human Events will not try to flag my channel for that. But I wanted to read this entire article, and I recommend you go read. I've been reading Human Events more and more, and I recommend you go visit them as well. And I follow Will on Twitter, and he's not like the biggest brain out there on the right, but he's definitely one of the most red-pilled on culture and on society and on the dangers of the left. He is completely red-pilled. So yeah, that's why I appreciate him, and that's why I read his whole article. So I thought that I would bring this up just for the sake of showing you how radically some things have changed in the United States. And that's attitudes on same-sex marriage. And the thing that will blow your mind, and like I said, I supported this forever. I've always supported same-sex marriage. I want to show you this one chart. Here it is. No, this isn't it. Where is it? Where's the ages? By the way, the least supporting are blacks. Black people support same-sex marriage the least out of any other demographic. Here it is, right here. This chart is fucking crazy, okay? Percentage of who favor allowing gays and lesbians to marry legally. 2004, silent generation, which is my deceased grandparents. 18% 2004. Boomer generation, my parents' generation. 2004, it's 30%. Gen X, which are currently the boomers, 40% 2004. Millennials, my generation. In 2004, it was 44%. So in 2004, I don't really know if I thought about it that much. It's probably around 2006, I had a definitive stance on this. But I might have just had a neutral. I might have been neutral at that point on it. But by 2006, I was in favor. So none of these generations were majority in favor of same-sex marriage in 2004. Move ahead to 2019, the current year. And what's weird is that Generation X actually went down, and so did the boomers. But silent generation has gone up. So silent generation from 2004 to 2019. So progressives used to say, and they still say, oh, we just got to wait till the old people to die off. The silent generation went from 18% support to almost half, 45% of people that are probably like 100 years old at this point, at the youngest, support same-sex marriage. 45% of the silent generation. Look at that shift. I don't even know percentage-wise, what would that be? How much percentage, how many hundreds of percent that is in an increase? Boomer generation went from 30 to 51, which is majority. Gen X went from 40 to 58, which is not that high of an increase. So it's still nearly 60%, and it was at some point over that. But Gen X sits around 58% support. And millennials, my generation, went from 44%, so nearly as just a little bit more than Gen X back in the day, to right now the highest at 74%. So 3/4 of millennials support same-sex marriage. What I can't stand about this chart is that this is an issue that's won. When you have my deceased grandparents on board with same-sex marriage, like nearly half of them, down, like up from 18%, how many years ago? A little over a decade and a half ago? That's the difference made in that much time? That's a victory. But the problem is that it's never good enough. And I think that's why you might see some of these numbers start to slip. I think you might actually start to see some of these numbers slip over time as you have more articles like that one from Brazil where 2 lesbians hacked their son's dick off because they hate men and then murder him. When you have stories like that highlighted, it makes it a lot harder to see all of this because it's always collectivized into one thing, one movement. When you have stories like that are brought to light and are shown to be like just pathological and a part of this movement, there's a certain element of this LGBT movement, so to say, that is utterly deranged, pathological in their view on the world. And there's no real impetus to disavow those people. There's really no activist groups that are attempting to, walk people back, talk them down from the ledge in not hacking their child's cock off and then murdering them. There's no one really out there speaking against that outside of random fringe voices. And this is the issue that they eventually are going to have to deal with. I do think that eventually the whole LGBT group is going to eventually fall apart. And it is because of shit like this, where you have almost, you have over half of the country, and that includes just about every generation. The only exception is 45% with a silent generation, and that doesn't. We don't even know what the no opinion is. Maybe it's like 20% no opinion. So they just have no judgment at all, and then the other percent that's left is like the other 25 or whatever it is. Like that's the actual group that opposes it. But the fact is that despite the fact that you have a legal and cultural victory on this particular issue, you've had total societal upheaval in your favor. It's never good enough. And until such a time that, lesbians, gays, and that group, so to say, until enough people stand out as individuals and say that they disavow what's going on involving children, what's going on with the fact with trans, that there's a very high suicide rate, that they're attempting to change sports, manipulate the army, manipulate institutions for their favor, have quota hires and all this sort of deal, have taxpayers pay for their gender reassignment surgery and transition period. Until enough people speak up as members of this group, that are gay, and say they're not in favor of any of this, this is only going to get worse. And because you're not calling it out, I am, and I'm not gay. And people in all these generations are going to have a growing intolerance towards you because they perceive you as a group. When you say LGBT, we perceive you as a group, and that includes all the bad. So I do think that these numbers are going to go down. And it's just going to be because enough of these stories are going to come out. Yeah, somebody just said it in the chat, Eyes of the Wolf, a Snapchat advertisement that said love has no age, like shit like that. Let me just make sure I save this. Okay. Yeah, you can go read. I've had people saying they want to read this. You can go read it once I post it. So that's my warning. It's my warning to all the gays out there. Darth in the chat, I'm gonna have to time you out. You're getting too crazy. Don't start saying like random shit like I'm gonna commit acts of violence and shit, or you're gonna get banned. Okay, that's a warning. You're getting timed out this time. Don't say you're gonna incite violence on my channel. Or you're gonna get fucking banned. Okay, I'm not kidding. SGW. So I asked before. He's an Indian? What does that matter? Anyways, Chris Avalon, who is he's a writer. He wrote for BioWare for Knights of the Old Republic, for the original Fallout series, for the original Dying Light game. And I've been looking at Dying Light 2. I'm considering that game. He also did what is this? Someone said in the chat. What is it? Alpha Protocol, that's right. So let me just read this. Legendary writer Chris Avalon has been attached to some of the most well-received, popular, best-selling games in the history of the industry, having his name attached to iconic series like Knights of the Old Republic, Fallout, Dying Light. Recently, Avalon was interviewed by VG 24/7, where he told the outlet that he preferred writing games with apolitical messages. Avalon stated, "They may become political as societal norms change, but I believe it's possible to do apolitical games. I also don't condone developers who want to do political games or make a statement. I think a game is served better by asking a question, provide a range of perspectives on the question, but leaving the answer to the player. I try to frame any politics in the parameters of the world, the lore, and the franchise, which is very mature, and it's a good sign of a writer that knows how to fucking write. The reason I take this approach is because I view games as entertainment. If you're purposely pushing an agenda or point of view in your game, especially a real world one that's clearly divorced from the game world, and you're dedicating that perspective as dictating that perspective is correct versus asking a question, examining the perspective more broadly, then it's left the gaming realm and the game has become a pulpit. And I absolutely agree. There was a slight post-publishing correction that Avalon issued on Twitter, noting that he meant condemn, not condone. So it shouldn't read that he doesn't condemn developers who want political games. Even still, the message is made loud and clear. In fact, everything Avalon said is 100% correct. A lot of games today aren't designed to tell compelling stories with interesting characters. They're made as vehicles for SJW-minded developers to push their propaganda. We've seen it in a number of games, usually through characters designed as nothing more than caricatures of diversity, so the developers can virtue signal how woke they are, or stories where instead of gamers having choices they are lectured to, like in Mass Effect Andromeda, where they encountered a trans character, or Baldur's Gate, where they encountered a trans character, or in Dragon Age Inquisition, where they encountered a trans character. I could speak that two of those are correct, and they actually had to patch the one because of complaints, and that was Mass Effect. Many of today's developers completely strip players of meaningful choices or limit the choices so that players have to agree with the politics of the developers are putting forward. It's the complete opposite of what Avalon is talking about, where in games like Alpha Protocol, you had some very distinct choices to make that completely alter the story and the development of certain plot lines. Virtue signaling developers in today's era have been doing the opposite of what Avalon suggested. Instead, they've been using their platforms for preaching their brand of politics from the interactive entertainment pulpit, just like Avalon mentioned. It's about I should honestly reinstall Alpha Protocol. That's a crazy ass game. It really is. I'm trying to remember the name of that character. It's one of the best boss battles I've ever had. Let me look that up. That reminds me. Alpha Protocol. I think it's a Russian guy or Ukrainian guy. I don't know if I can play it because it has copyrighted music. Let me look it up. Oh, people on Reddit complaining about the boss battles as being hard. Ooh. They're really not. Oh, where is it? No, it's not Laszlo. What's this guy's name? Where is it? No. Oh, what's this guy's fucking name? I have him here. Is it Braco? I think it might be Braco. Let me look that up. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what it is. Constantine Braco. That's what it is. Constantine. Let me see if I can get a video up just to play the introduction. I'm probably going to get my shit flagged, but I don't give a fuck. Woo! No, it isn't it. Come on, where's the introduction? I want to see the introduction. Maybe this is it here. No, come on. I want to see the full introduction. Don't give me just the fucking introduction to the boss battle. Oh, here it is. Here it is. This is one of the best boss battles I've ever played in a video game. Oh, man. I was laughing so hard when I played this for the first time, dude. I laughed so fucking hard.
Aha! So you're the fuck who gate crashes my party, huh? Maybe next time you wait for an invite to the school dance. But then maybe there is no next time for you, shithead.
Constantine Braco, keep your hands where I can see them.
Why don't you go fuck yourself? You wanna see my hands? They're right here on my fucking guns.
We have to do it the hard way, Braco.
So you fight this guy to turn it up. It's fucking great. Are you not even fighting him the right way? Is this on like easy difficulty? What a scrub. But yeah, this is a great game for that reason. There's a few different parts of this game that are great, and that's one of them. I when I first played this game, dude, it totally caught me out of nowhere. Like it was said that this guy's like an eccentric guy, but I just didn't expect this. And you just walk in, he just elevates out of the fucking stage floor to turn it up. Oh my god, man, I gotta reinstall that shit, dude. That was a great fucking boss battle. Let me what's the name of the band again? Oh, what the fuck? They have a good second Autograph. They have a good second album. That's I believe the first mainstream album. What's their let me look it up. I haven't listened to any glam metal in quite a while, but I've listened to quite a bit of it. I own quite a few rock albums, and I own all of Autograph's albums. They didn't last long. They were only around in the 80s. Yeah, they formed in 83. They broke up by 89. What was the name of their second album? Let me find that. Sign In, That's the Stuff. Actually, there's 3 of the big ones. It's all 3 are actually pretty good. The first is the one with Turn It Up, or Turn Up the Radio, I mean, and Sign In Please, that's the name of the album. 84, 85, That's the Stuff, which is also pretty good, and Loud and Clear, which is a little bit worse, is 87. They all have some good tracks on them. All of them had some good tracks on them. So yeah, that's definitely like a really short-lived glam band in the 80s. They didn't even make it out of the 80s, 83 to 89. Tim Pool versus Scarface. All right. All right. Prince of Conquest says, "Where the fuck are my anime girl space holders, dude? My shit got flagged to death when I did those. I had 2 of them, 2 or 3 of my streams when I was doing that age gated. So I don't do that anymore, dude. YouTube started coming after me something fierce because some freaking retards were reporting my shit, so I had to stop." Patrick says, "The right needs to die where it stands. Then the normal LGBT will force a partner with what's left with the right." Yeah, I suppose. Let's see here. Where the fuck were we? Okay, so yeah, I guess we don't really need to go through the rest of this article. The whole reason I mentioned this is just because this guy got a ton of shit for saying that. But I thought it was worth pointing out that he didn't really say much in the way of complaining about SJWs and gaming and that sort of thing. Like, this is really, really soft criticism, but it's criticism nonetheless. And so I thought I would at least give him a shout out for being a developer in the industry that's actually mentioning what a problem this is. So now we move on to YouTube. Woo! Time to ban everybody's channel. Welcome to hell, everybody. Time to ban everybody's channel. So YouTube, in response to where's the video? Okay, yeah, this is from Will Chamberlain on Human Events called Carlos Mazo's Reign of Terror. And yes, because of Crowder criticizing Carlos Maza, and he's been doing it for a few years now. I've watched quite a few videos and they're very popular on his channel, of him criticizing Vox, and with Vox, Carlos Maza, and his, defense of Antifa and an assortment of other stupid things that Carlos has said. It's just him doing Crowder doing a simple response video. Crowder's just doing a simple takedown video, a response video. This is nothing new for YouTube. This has been very common on YouTube for pretty much since its inception, I would say. I've done it quite a bit once upon a time and every so often. Not as much anymore, but I used to do it quite often. It's not new to YouTube. But it is Pride Month, and the writers at Vox are currently on strike and negotiating for higher wages. So now is the perfect time to create a stink. And that's what Carlos Maza did. He waited for the perfect opportunity to create a crisis, to create a story, to create drama. And that's exactly what he did. And it worked. YouTube caved to him, and they have gone crazy. They've promised to, and they already have deleted thousands of videos. They've deleted thousands of accounts. They've deplatformed or demonetized thousands and thousands of an account. There's been many people that I'm sure you heard of that have had videos removed. They barely had any kind of notification that they were removed. I think in certain cases, people weren't even made aware of them. They were just removed. Let's see here. Yes, and it's escalated since then. With their new policy that they've created with YouTube, they're basically just, it's all willy-nilly. It is all just case-by-case basis at this point. Like, they're just going to decide when they hear the noise that that's who's going to get banned. So YouTube has just legitimately become a publisher at this point. They're curating every video that goes on their platform. And I mean, it's got to be at some point when they just lose that legal permission. Like, they are not a platform anymore. They are a publisher. They are like Huffington Post. Like, we're all like the sort of writers that contribute, but they ultimately publish our content. They are the publishers. We just work for them. And I think that they need to lose that legal. They need to lose that ability to get past legal liability. So yeah, you can read. There's a bunch of articles written on this, and you can feel free to. I'll link them all, and you can go read them. Several of them are in depth, like this one. It goes through quite a bit. Several of them do. Here's one from the Post Millennial. And it's not super long, but it goes through quite a bit of what happened and where it is now. And this is constantly evolving. Like, this is even from yesterday, and things have even moved since then. Here's a shitty Hill article. This is pretty much what you can see what the mainstream are writing about it. And it's like, oh my God, Crowder's a bigot. Oh my God. Like, should we like, they're tacitly endorsing censorship. Because they're a left-wing journalist outlet. So what else do you expect at this point other than for them to advocate censorship? And also, this is in the middle of the Department of Justice and other government agencies now launching probes into Google and YouTube and social media companies. So they can go ahead and do this. They can go ahead and demonetize me and take down my videos and ban my channel potentially. They can do whatever they want. They're not going to escape the federal government. They're being probed by the Department of Justice, and there's one other one that I forget. So you just keep it up. Keep it up. And you'll find out. You'll find out what's coming for you. And if Congress and our politicians had any sense, they would lose their legal liability waiver. They would become a publisher, because that is exactly what they are. It's the Huffington Post all over. We're all just writers for them. We're all vloggers for them. We are their employees, and they determine what is on their platform. As such, they should be legally liable for what is put on their platform, because they are a publisher, not a platform. I am already on BitChute. Check the description. I'm already on BitChute. And here's a really long shit piece by Matt Taibbi. This is another just example of what the mainstream is writing about this. And in this, they're covering how a bunch of channels that are on the far left also got banned, because that's how censorship works. Like, there's no such thing as a scalpel censorship. It is a freaking rolling pin of censorship. That's how censorship works. And here's a shit piece by Matt Taibbi, who's a fucking beta male faggot who can suck my dick until he dies, writing about this. Basically, once again, he's a left-wing journal being like, oh, well, you know, they really could have done better in their censorship. It's like, well, okay. So if you want to go read this shit piece in the Rolling Stone, feel free. And Keemstar has basically said that he's been contacting people and they're going to start doing a boycott related to these outlets and their advertisers. And that's a lot of talk. And allegedly PewDiePie is one of the ones that's definitely not on board. So, you know, I'm not really sure who he has, but I'll wait and see when this actually pans out to anything. But it would be very nice if he's right. So let's listen to some Tucker Carlson. I mentioned this early in the stream. Let's have a listen to this.
Glenn Greenwald co-founded The Intercept, and he joins us tonight. Glenn, thanks so much for coming on. So you don't have to be a fan of Steven Crowder or anyone to see this as a threat. A threat to one person's speech is a threat to all of our speech, is it not?
Yeah, I mean, I personally find Steven Crowder to be just a contemptuous cretin as a commentator. I do think he's an infantile bully, and bigot, which are not words I easily invoke. He didn't just criticize Carlos Maza; he mocked him for being gay and for being Latino. He used a lisp and things to ridicule him, sent a lot of harassment his way. But that's the point, Tucker, is that censorship advocates want our brains to only go to that most primitive first level of, do we hate this person? And are we therefore glad that they're being censored, without thinking about the framework being endorsed or the consequences that ensue from it? I mean, it resonates a lot for me because I've dealt with harassment far greater than what Carlos Maza is complaining of. I'm a gay man in a country, Brazil, that just elected a president driven by intense anti-gay animus. My husband's a member of Congress in the oppositional party. We've been mocked and derided with our sexual...
By the way, go Bolsonaro. I will say that. Interrupt Glenn Greenwald. Go Bolsonaro.
Orientation, not by random YouTubers, but by the president of the country himself on Twitter, and his family members who are elected members of Congress. And it would never occur to me to run to social media companies to beg for censorship, because in part it's just something that comes with the territory of being a public figure, but more so because I don't want to live in a world where our discourse is policed and determined by benevolent overlords who run Silicon Valley companies. You know, we're always going to cater to the most powerful faction. That's what happened here. YouTube caved in, not in defense of the marginalized person, but in defense of the powerful one, the one who, despite being gay and Latino, works for a major media conglomerate. And that's what they're always going to do, is defend the mob and defend the powerful at the expense of those who are marginalized.
That is such a good point. They're defending the power. Really quick, I just have to ask you, so you don't have immunity. You don't have the immunity that YouTube, for example, enjoys, was granted by Congress. You founded a pretty big and well-known site. If you libel someone, you can be sued. They're immune from that. Why do they retain that immunity?
That's a really good question. And the reason is because originally these companies like YouTube, Google, Twitter, Facebook were supposed to be like AT&T, which are just neutral public platforms, right? So if Steven Crowder wants to call someone using AT&T and organize an anti-Vox rally, nobody expects AT&T to stop him, because the idea is it's just a platform for people to use. That's what Silicon Valley companies originally were supposed to be, and they got immunity for it. In reality, this power to censor was not one that they wanted. It was one that was foisted upon them, amazingly largely by journalists who were demanding that they remove voices from the internet. Imagine going into journalism and then begging corporations to silence and censor people. That's the real reason they ended up in this position.
That is so nicely put. I got to ask you quickly. Federal prosecutors recently revealed an 18-count indictment against
Okay, we don't care about WikiLeaks. That's irrelevant to this topic. So yes, very good segment. And I skipped the beginning of this where Tucker basically lays out the entire story, but I don't want to go on too long, because then I'll probably get copyrighted by Fox. So yeah, good segment by Tucker on this. And hopefully he continues to bring it up because it is a question. Because I'm not even joking. Like, I'm not even saying this for the sake of saying this. Why do they have this legal protection when they do not actually act as a platform? They do, like, they're not a phone company. They're not my water company. They're acting as a publisher. They have editors, for Christ's sake. At what point is a publisher just a publisher? And I believe we have reached that point where they're deleting videos and curating everybody and endorsing some and blocking others and all the rest. It's like, you are a publisher. You are choosing not only what's trending, but what's on your entire goddamn platform. So, yes, in my opinion, YouTube is now the Huffington Post, and I'm just a contributor. Put Louis Le Vau, hyphen contributor next to my fucking name, because that's what I am. I'm a freelance freaking contributor to the publisher known as a publication, known as YouTube. And they should be legally liable as such. They should lose these fucking protections. Otherwise they need to go to Congress, or they need to have to sit down with some kind of committee or something. Whoever's in charge of regulating that determination. Sit down with them, and it needs to be said just plain and clear, directly to them. You got no choice. You either stop censoring, or you are a publisher legally. And guys, I'll tell you what, day one, and this is a promise. Write it down, chisel it in stone right now. If they change the legal standing, if they actually make YouTube a publisher, get ready. Buckle up. I will lose my channel that day because I will go on and I will defame, I will slander, I will libel, I will incite to violence. I will do everything in my power to create a legal problem for YouTube. That is a fucking promise. If that happens, I promise you that I will create a legal problem for YouTube. If they, as a contributor to their publication, if they don't back down, if they don't stop doing what they're doing, if they don't start acting like a goddamn platform again, and they don't cease censoring fucking everyone, including friends of mine. They've censored friends of mine and people that I watch and like. They need to stop immediately. And I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Oh, I lost YouTube. Big fucking whoop. You can't take my subscribe star from me. I'll just go to fucking BitChute. I'll just go to Daily Motion or whatever the fuck. I don't care. I'll still get money. I'll lose, probably some amount of followers, but I don't care. I don't care. I'll still get the money anyways. So the problem is, YouTube, you need me. I don't need you. And I guarantee you, if BitChute actually had a live streaming service, if it had like a comparable service to YouTube, and it doesn't really, it can upload videos and it's not a terrible service, but it's not a comparable service to YouTube. If it did, I'm telling you, man, there would be a mass exodus at this point. If BitChute actually was a very serious, viable alternative in every fashion to YouTube, there would be a mass exodus. Because I think people are good and ready. I am, that's for sure. I can't stand this anymore, I can't stand this. I've been on this platform for 5 years. I've been doing this for 5 years. I've been watching for even years before that. I don't have any problem whatsoever with the actual, the actual mechanics of this platform, other than the occasional bug. But more importantly, the constant stress of censorship, the constant stress of the algorithm being manipulated, the frustration of watching friends of mine and people that I enjoy watching being fucked with incessantly, despite being already successful on this platform, being fucked with by the host. Being edited. It's like I was today. I self-censored in this by saying Beardo instead of Muslim. And it's because the censorship on YouTube, the algorithm is so out of control that I won't even say, something church out of New Zealand. I won't even say it because literally they're just banning videos that say it. You know, and I don't want to get on a fucking list to have my shit taken down even faster than it already is. You know? Things are bad enough. I don't want to make it worse for myself, especially if I'm not getting anything out of it. Yeah, the ethical website. That's what they want it to be, and that's a publication. It's not a platform. All right, so that's the end of that. And this was a short story I thought I would talk about really quick. Trump said that his administration, at least, is rejecting requests from U.S. embassies to fly the Pride flag during June, which is Pride Month. And by the way, if I had the power, there wouldn't be no Pride Month. There wouldn't be no Black History Month. There would be no fucking Identitarian Day or month. None. If I had the power, I wouldn't even give a shit if 99% of the United States was against me doing it. If I had the power, I'd get rid of every fucking identitarian holiday in this country. The only identity that I recognize is that of American. That is the only identity that I recognize. Any other federal holiday that is based around some other bullshit identity should not exist. Those identities should not be just part and parcel of being in America. You just have separate societies, separate cultures, separate identities, separatists, identitarians running this country into the ground. And the first way to do that is to not recognize it as part of the state. And so I'm fine. I am completely fine. I still support gay marriage. I do not endorse whatsoever the use of pride flags in government buildings or in government officiations or anything related to the state. We should not have partisanship, bias, collectivist identity politics over the rest of it reflected in our state. So I absolutely agree that, I would block the use of pride flags in embassies, Capitol buildings, state buildings, DMVs, what the fuck ever. Should not be flying fucking pride flags. The only flags that they should be flying are the flags of that state and of the nation. That's fucking it. Anything else should be banned. Anything else should be strictly prohibited. Tell Susan to get back in the kitchen. God Emperor Only Chance says, what do you mean it's difficult to police a specific ideological position without hurting others who aren't involved? It's so clear in my head. Just get rid of the racist dude. Malasma says, I'm a connoisseur of green combustibles. I'm far more oppressed than any LGBT MNLP. They don't test for cock suppositories when you apply for a job. Well, thank you for the support. I'm surprised you had the money to spend, Mr. Burnout. I can't really say that my position on legalizing weed and the rest of it is really... it definitely depends on my mood. I would say that I would be fine with legalization of marijuana, but I would say that for unemployment, welfare, food stamps, any government subsidy for a person, that you should be drug tested. Because if you can afford weed, you should not be on any of those systems. And that includes unemployment insurance. I don't care. You should be drug tested. You shouldn't be home smoking weed. You should be going out and finding a fucking job. So, not too sure how popular that would be. And it would probably be costly. Any kind of means testing is costly. So it would be, fuck you, Hill. Knock it off. Trying to replay this video. But I'd be even willing to say decriminalize cocaine. That way you can do medical testing like you did with pot. Because they started doing all sorts of medical testing with marijuana and found all sorts of things that they could do with it for medical purposes. I would be fine with them doing that with like cocaine. The only thing that I have a problem with is heroin. and methamphetamine. Like those two, I would say, are probably the most destructive drug, other than like maybe crack cocaine or something. But I have a harder issue with accepting any kind of decriminalization, even around simple possession of drugs that would severely destroy someone, and that includes psychoactive drugs outside of like marijuana or something, like LSD or something like that. Uh, I understand that like simple possession is for your own use, but the problem is that like easier, like it's the thing with like pot brownies. Like the second they legalized pot brownies, there was like a million stories of kids being like, "Oh, mommy bought a brownie, and let me eat it," and they had to rush the kid to a hospital. And there's not really much that they can do really when a kid's super freaking whacked out on marijuana. But it's a problem with negligent parents and negligence in general. Like marijuana, in terms of like you having to smoke it, that's a little bit different, but it's consumables. I think that consumables are a little bit of a problem, but smoking weed I think is fine because that you have to basically roll it. There aren't marijuana cigarettes. You actually have to roll the cigarettes with the marijuana. To make a blunt. So it's not as simple to construct, and it's a lot less likely that a kid's going to get their hands on it. Alcohol is way worse than weed, period. It depends. It depends what you mean. I mean, alcohol, like if you overuse alcohol, it probably is worse than marijuana, because I don't think you can get, what was it, scoliosis? Is that the actual no, not scoliosis. What is it? What is it where your liver like fucks up and you die? What is that? Someone shout it out in the chat. You can get it from alcohol. Drinking too much alcohol for a long period of time. Cirrhosis. Thank you. Cirrhosis. Scoliosis. Yeah, scoliosis. I don't think you can get that with marijuana. I think marijuana, is there I think you can get what is it? Emphysema? Can you get emphysema from weed? But even with that's even not as bad as with tobacco, because there's a bunch of shit you can get from tobacco. But yeah, weed is really not that bad. Weed can cause lung cancer, emphysema, and pretty much anything else can get from tobacco. I can't really speak to like lung cancer. I assume so. But I know that with alcohol can really fuck you up, especially if you drink it a lot over time. And cirrhosis is actually still a pretty big killer for men, as far as I'm aware. And if I remember correctly, that's where basically your liver stops working, and it can't regenerate itself, and so it just dies. And then without a liver, you can't what is it, like filter like all the whatever the bad shit in your system, all the toxins in your system, and so they kill you. They get in your blood, I think it is, and they kill you. I'm not a doctor. Yeah, drunk driving is definitely a problem. Weed is both carcinogenic and anti-carcinogenic, apparently. Alcohol makes you fat. I can't speak to that. Yes, I'll tell you one thing, that like you basically have a choice between fast food or alcohol. You can't have both. Jaundice and isn't jaundice isn't that your mouth? Look that up. Jaundice. Isn't that your mouth? It's your skin. Oh no, that's from cirrhosis. Isn't jaundice from cirrhosis? Oh no, it's kidneys. That's good. It's when your kidneys fail. Okay, that's your kidneys. But in any case, yeah, I'm not trying to make a big deal about weed. My problem is that I do think that when it comes to like all the social safety nets, excluding, I would assume, like Social Security, except for Social Security disability, that's also being means tested. But if you're old, like 65, and you're getting your public pension, fine, whatever, smoke weed. But because it's your money anyway, so who cares? But anything else, whether it's welfare, unemployment, anything else, you should not be smoking weed. You should be getting off of that system. Maybe disability because it can be used for medical purposes. But I would limit it to permanent disability. I would not include it in temporary disability because I would just assume that that's abused like temporary disability is. Temporary disability. I've been out on disability for 15 years. Temporary disability. Can't anymore. It got so bad. I mean, the thing is with disability, man, is people abused it so fucking badly that they had to continuously restrict it. And now, at least as far as I'm aware, in New York, the limit is 7 years. And it's because so many people fucking abused it. And I would even limit it more. I would limit it to 5 years. Because I've seen cases where people have gotten severely injured and they've been back. Even with my father who got injured was back within less than a year. But other people, like I've seen people that like fell several stories and broke like half the bones in their fucking body, and they're back to work within 3 years, 4 years. They're not doing what they did before, but that's the nature of injury. Typically, if you're doing some sort of physical field and you get severely injured, you can't go back and do the same job. So you got to do something else. But the fact is that eventually, once you heal, you have to go back. You can't just sit on your ass. And if you do, enough people do it, then eventually the corporations pay off the politicians and they change the laws. But yeah, with cocaine, I would decriminalize that just to see the potential medical opportunities. Because we don't know. I mean, it's been criminalized for so long. Who knows? I mean, people back in the day, man. People back in the day, they used to put coke in fucking everything in the United States. It was a miracle drug back in the day. You know, who knows? Nowadays is, actual, 21st century scientific technology, medical technology, we could really turn cocaine into something good. Who knows? Potheads are some of the most annoying people on earth. I agree. I put potheads up there with like vegans and stuff. Vegetarians. Who else would include in that? I don't really know. I find burnouts, as I call them, to be annoying. Patrick says, did you see the fight between French and the right? Yeah, I talked about that earlier. I read an entire fucking article that in part was ripping on David French for the National Review. Am I Adam Sessler? No. Oxycodone? Well, that's legal. Keto paleo fags? Is that like paleo eaters or whatever? Paleo diet or whatever? Churchill and Queen Victoria used to chew gum together. The gum had cocaine in it. Well, the thing is, I've said this before. I've had a couple opportunities to do blow, and I chose not to because I was afraid that, unlike any of the drugs they also didn't do, that cocaine would be the drug that I would get addicted to, because it's an upper, and I very much like those, but I didn't want to try it because I was afraid. Below shit. I couldn't say. I don't really know. Oh man, the chat's going off the wall now. Been taking oxycodone for your back for 2 months? Ooh, I wouldn't do that. I've known people that have done oxy for years who I've like interviewed and stuff. I would try to get off of that as soon as possible. I would not recommend staying on that. That really fucks you up. Instead of being hooked on oxycodone for your back, imagine if you took medical cocaine for your back. Who's to say it doesn't have, it has certain, not possibilities, certain abilities to provide you vigor. So why not? I am looking forward to E3 to some degree. I want to see some fucking 2077 footage, bruh. Show me that. Hold on. Let me get the that Cyberpunk. Since I've already been demonetized for playing Autograph earlier. And it's not because of Autograph being assholes, it's because of their fucking record label, I'm sure. Let's get that song. Yeah, it's called Hyper. I think the artist is Hyper, or I don't know. This is what happens when you have shitty names. Actually, is this the trailer or is this the song? I'm afraid to click. It's probably going to be loud, isn't it? Yeah, it's loud. Let me turn it down. I'm unsure how loud this is. Get ready to get my channel fucking flag here. Yeah, so this, I'm waiting to see this. I want to see that footage. It's too loud. I will say that I see two different names for it. It says Bullets by Archive and then Hyper Spoiler as the different names. But yeah. Cyberpunk isn't the only game that I'm looking forward to. And that's not actually a soundtrack to the game. That's actually, they just bought that song, the license to that song to use. So, oh, yeah. Oh, Geth, that is a great, I think I know what video you're talking about. Let me find that. Let me find that. Let me put that on screen. I think, I'm trying to remember. I've seen a couple videos where it's been a meme of that trailer. Let me see. Oh, fuck. Skip to the end.
In 2077, they voted America the worst place to live in America. Main issues, sky-high rate of violence, and more people living below the poverty line than anywhere else. Can't deny it, it's all true. Everybody's still...
Yeah, there's New York for you.
The city's always got a promise for you. Might be a lie. An illusion.
Oh, man.
But it's there, just around the corner, and it keeps you going.
Woo!
It's a city of dreams. And I'm a big dreamer.
Yeah. Oh man, that's a great channel. Let me get a shout out to this YouTuber, Strugnugs. Oh my god, dude, that is so funny. I'll link that. I gotta remember to link that below. But yeah, shout out to that YouTuber. Such a fucking hilarious video. I've actually seen a couple variations of this. I think this might be the best one. There was one that had more cops involved, like car chases and stuff involving cops. Because I eventually am going to do a video on cops, but like I have so many insane shootout videos saved. Like here's the one I have saved. This is like one of several that I have of a cop shooting through his windshield at a guy who's shooting back at him. That's fucking crazy. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, what can I say? This is America. But I just find it hilarious. Like if you just go through clip by clip, like all the different clips of this, like I would have put the taco guy in this. You know, go make my burrito. I would have put that guy in this. That guy would be hilarious. What's amazing is I've seen a bunch of these fucking videos. I've seen the video of this girl getting hit with a shovel. I've seen this video before where the guy with the V Vendetta starts shooting at people. I haven't seen the subway one. I believe this is Detroit. I've seen this video before. This could be a bunch of different videos. This is probably some gun channel. I've seen this. I've seen this one before. This is the where we got Osama bin Laden. This is where the fuck is the Bill Gates one? This is Bill Gates drinking water that was like made from like shit or something. What else do we got here? I don't know what that is. Some kind of protest, I imagine. Chopper going down. I don't know what this is right here. Someone's going to have to let me know what this is. Some sort of like parade or something? Because you have people on the sidelines here and they're like shooting off the guns at the top. This is Road Rage. I haven't seen this, but it's like any other body or helmet cam biker video I've ever seen. I think I might have seen this video before here where the guy crashes his car and runs around. The last few seconds of this are great. I love the last few seconds of this. I love it. Fucking people going crazy in a U-Haul truck. That's so hilarious. Let me slow it down so we can see it better. Let me slow it down to 0.25. Let me roll this back. Sorry about the noise. Oh my god, the last few seconds of that are great. Oh my god. Oh, there's one for South Africa? Let me find that. Let me look that up. Cyberpunk 2077 South Africa. It better not have like actual like murders in it. Fuck the fuck. Oh, there's an Australian one. There's Romania. Oh my god, dude, there's so many. There's so many. There's Peru. Here, let's see how many views this has on it. 14,000. All right, well here's Monarch. Here's his channel. Here's one for Australia. I guess we can watch, see if it's any good.
In 2077, they voted my city the worst place to live in America. Main issues, sky-high rate of violence, and more people living below the poverty line than anywhere else.
Oh, come on, what the fuck? This is just a trailer.
Can't deny it, it's all true. But everybody still wants to live here. The city's always got a promise.
Oh my god.
Might be a lie, an illusion. But it's there. Just
Oh no.
and it keeps you going.
This one isn't as good. Oh, I've seen that one before. Oh no.
It's a city of dreams.
What the fuck? I have seen that video of him kicking the snake. Oh my god, it's a shark. All right, well, that one wasn't as good. That one wasn't as good, but it's still funny. I'll link that one as well. I like how at this point we're just watching other people's fucking videos. Oh man, holy shit! I lost the chat. Hang on. Okay, there we go. Chat's back. Now I've turned into a reaction channel. All right, let's do the South Africa one. Ooh, this one's much louder. All right, this one's from Axel Wolf, and I will link to his channel. Here we go.
In 2077, they voted my city the worst place to live in America. Main issues, sky-high rate of violence, and more people living below the poverty line than anywhere else. Can't deny it, it's all true. But everybody still wants to live here. This city's always got a promise for you. Might be a lie, an illusion. But it's there, just around the corner. And it keeps you going.
What the fuck?
It's a city of dreams. And I'm a big dreamer.
Oh my god. Okay, that one, it wasn't as good as the American one, but that one's definitely better than the Australian one. Oh shit. Oh my god. The American one is still better. It's usually that case with like the origin of memes is usually the best. I can definitely say that's the case with this one as well. Holy shit. So yeah, Cyberpunk 2077 is the game that I'm looking forward to. There's a bunch of ones that I'm paying attention to, but I'm hoping that the gameplay they come out with, I hope they use the male protagonist this time around, because I think he actually has the better voice actor than the female. So I think it actually complements the game more when you show that, because the dialogue in the game is, from what I've seen of it, pretty weak. Baldur's Gate 3. I can't really speak to that. But I'll be watching, I'll be paying attention. So we'll see what comes out of it. Do the Mexican one? How many are there? I'll look this up really quick. Cyberpunk 2077 America edition. I'll see if there's like a meme for it on whatever that website is. Oh, there's a compilation here. There's a compilation. There's a few compilations. There's a few You Laugh, You Lose. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Know your meme. Here it is. Get the fuck. What is this thing? Get out of my way. I can't see. Witcher 3 Siri describes Cyberpunk. Oh, this isn't it. I'm surprised on this they don't have America edition. That was like a legitimately good meme for the trailer. I'm surprised. But they don't have it on here. Should we watch one of these compilations? What is this playlist he just sent me? Oh my god! Oh my dude, there's so many of these. Holy shit, who just sent me that? American Patriot. Oh my god. So American Patriot just sent me so many. Oh my god. Are any of these... I don't know. There's a Japan... Okay, so there's a Brazilian one. We'll do the Brazilian one. Indian, Lithuanian, Turkey, Greek, Philippines, Polish, Japan, Hungarian, Australian, which I think is actually different than the one we watched. Chinese, Colombian, Argentinian, Peru, South African, Egypt, and American. And there's one that was deleted. So I guess I'll share my screen again and we can watch that. The Mexican one? All right, we'll watch the Mexican one. So I'll save this list here because this is all of them pretty much. Although the yeah, there is a Russian one as well. I forgot that one. Top one is Russia. So we'll watch the Mexican one.
In 2077, they voted my city the worst place to live in America. Main issues, sky-high rate of violence, and more people living below the poverty line than anywhere else.
Oh no.
Can't deny it, it's all true. But everybody still wants to live here. This city's always got a promise for you. Might be a lie, an illusion. But it's there, just around the corner. And it keeps you going. It's a city of dreams. And I'm a big dreamer.
Jesus. Oh, nice. All right. Well, that one wasn't that good. Oh, hold on. We're already moving on. Okay, let's watch the Brazil one. Let's see if the Brazil one. That one's okay. That one's okay. It's not very good.
In 2077, they voted my city the worst place to live in America. Main issues, sky-high rate of violence, and more people living below the poverty line than anywhere else.
There's the favelas.
It's all true.
Oh, God.
This city's always got a promise for you. Be alive.
What the fuck?
It's there. Just around.
I don't even know what's going on.
And it keeps you going.
Oh, what the? Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh my fucking God!
And I'm a big dreamer.
This is like legitimately brutal. That was okay. That was okay. All right, we have a Russian one. All right, so we got a bunch left. I'm not really sure how interesting this is. Any of those? Should we do Japan? At least it was clearly Brazil. Yes, it was. That's true. The Russian one should be good. What is this? Romania? Okay, I guess we'll do Romania.
In 2077, they voted my city the worst place to live in America. Main issues, sky-high rate of violence, and more people living below the poverty line than anywhere else. Can't deny it, it's all true. But everybody still wants to live here. This city's always got a promise for you. Might be a lie, an illusion. But it's there, just around the corner. And it keeps you going. It's a city of dreams, and I'm a big dreamer.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah. That wasn't. It was better edited, but it wasn't very good. That wasn't very funny. So I saw someone link that, but wasn't that good. Oh, I fucking closed out on my own shit. Hold on, gotta get the chat back. That wasn't that good. The American one is still the best. Most of these other ones, they get a couple laughs at most, so that's about it. All these. I mean, they are derivative, but they're just not that good, not as good. All right, there we go. Got the chat back. All right, well let's hear from the chat. Any more Russia? Okay, people are saying Russia. Ah. Get past the music.
In 2077, they voted my city the worst place to live in America. Main issues, sky-high rate of violence, and more people living below the poverty line than anywhere else.
What the fuck?
Can't deny it, it's all true.
Oh my.
Everybody's
Okay,
still
hold on.
wants to
I don't know if you guys saw that. That this old guy has a Kalashnikov rifle in his fucking hand. This guy, it's very hard to see because it's like a potato camera. This guy's running around with a fucking Kalashnikov.
Can't deny it, it's all true. But everybody still wants to live here. This city's always got a promise for you. It'd be a lie, an illusion.
What the fuck?
It's there, just around the corner, and it keeps you going.
Oh, shit. Wow.
It's a city of dreams.
Jesus.
And I'm a big dreamer.
Oh, shit. Holy shit. What the fuck was that? Did you see that shit? What the fuck is this? It's like a guy on the subway with a fire extinguisher, like flying midair. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, that one was a little bit better. That was a little bit better. Still not as good as the American, but that one's probably near the top. So should we do the Japan edition or should we call it quits? Is that enough? What do you guys think? Japan? There is no China. Oh, actually, you know, there is a Chinese edition. All right, we'll do Japan. And I think this one will be boring too.
They voted my city the worst place to live in America. Main issues, sky-high rate of violence, and more people living below the poverty line than anywhere else. Can't deny it, it's all true. But everybody still wants to live.
Yeah, not a good start.
This city's always got a promise for you.
Oh no.
Might be a lie, an illusion. But it's there,
Oh my god.
just around the corner. And it keeps you going.
Oh man. Oh no.
It's a city of dreams. And I'm a big dreamer.
It was okay. I didn't think it'd be that good. So I think honestly, the best ones were South Africa. America was the best. South Africa was up there, and so was Russia. Those ones were the good ones. The rest were kind of blah. There's other ones. If you want to, I'll link them so you can go watch the rest if you want to. The third world or the United States, you mean? The American one is still the fucking best. I'll replay it. It's still the fucking best. No, Russia was not the best.
2077, they voted
America was the best.
To live in America. Main issues, sky-high rate of violence, and The more people
The American one was far crazier than the Russian one. The Russian one has a lot of goofy shit in it, but
Can't deny it, it's all true. But everybody still wants to live here. This city's always got a promise for you.
it's closest to the real thing.
An illusion. But it's there. Just around the corner. And it keeps you going. It's a city of dreams. And I'm
The Walmart's the best one too. It's parked in front of a Walmart. Oh man. The last few seconds is what make it. The last few seconds of this video make it so much better than all the rest, because it's like the insanity that happens in the United States. I mean, like, I'm sure like the third world has a lot of insane shit happen, but just like the sheer amount of like insane shit that is so commonplace in the United States, it very much is the best one, because it's most reflective to like a dystopian world. There is so much crazy shit that happens every single day of the week in the United States that is so commonplace that it's just so normal. Like a bunch of rednecks getting in a fight and one hits the other with a shovel. Like, plus you can't deny the inner cities. Like, I'm surprised they didn't show a more inner city gun crime. Oh man. The American one's the best one. No, people in the chat are still saying Russian. No, American one's fucking better. American one is better. I saw some people say they were just joining the stream and didn't know what the fuck was going on. It's devolved into like just me watching videos about a cyberpunk meme because we were talking about E3. Blame to Geth. He's the one that said in a super chat. Alex Baku said, wish me a happy birthday, you sick motherfucker. Well, happy birthday, Alexander. Seeley says, come back and embrace your Irish ancestry. Search Big Joe's Davy Joyce and you'll be convinced. Okay. I'm like 25% Irish. Philip DeCiro says, liked your... oh, God, not Dead on Arrival. What is it? DOA. I forget the name of the fucking game. Oh, or no, actually, is it an actual video of mine, Dead on Arrival? I'm getting confused by my own content. I'm going to Google my own channel. I don't see it. Did I do a video called Dead on Arrival? I don't remember. Dead or Alive? Extreme? You'd have to be more specific there, Philip. I appreciate you liking my video. I had a compilation of all my old intros, my ads, and that's on Minds, which is pretty much just defunct. But it's only there because I can only upload it there. I could probably upload it to BitChute at this point, but I don't really have much of incentive to do that. Greg says, at work, so I missed the stream. Have a beer on me. I'll catch the stream later. Thank you, Greg. Yeah, I saw the Death Stranding gameplay. He's going to have to definitely sell me on that game. Yeah, I don't want to talk about Red Dead Redemption 2. The only thing fun about it currently is the poker. That's the only proper thing they did to the game. They still have a ways to go to make the online worth a shit. All right, is there anything else about E3? What games are at E3? Ghost Recon Breakpoint is something that a friend of mine is interested in, is trying to get me interested in. But at this point, it's like, hey, I'm interested, but it's like I have to be sold. Like, I'm definitely not sold. Don't give a fuck about Gears 5. Don't give a fuck about Halo. Breakpoint, I got to get sold on. I don't care about Fallen Order because it's just going to be another kinetic story game by EA. Who gives a fuck? Don't care about FIFA. Don't care about Madden. Don't care about Trine 4. I know a lot of people are excited for Doom Eternal. I don't really care. Darksiders, don't care. Dying Light 2, I'm interested in, but I have to be sold on. It's apparently being written by Chris Avalon, so that's good. He's written some good games, so hopefully he can write this game into being something worth a shit, and I might potentially buy it. Don't give a fuck about Borderlands 3. It's just going to be Borderlands 2 with a new skin and woke bullshit. Call of Duty, I'm so black-pilled on at this point that, like, I like the trailer for Modern Warfare, but it's like I'm so black-pilled on Call of Duty. It's like they would really, really have to sell me at this point to get me to buy their game. Don't give a fuck about Marvels, whatever. Already talked about Cyberpunk 2077. It's really the only game that is on my radar. Can't really say I'm too interested in Watch Dogs Legion after Watch Dogs freaking Bay Area. Like, I've been told that the game's okay, but I didn't buy it and I don't care. Marvel bullshit. Nintendo. Rainbow Six, who cares? Nintendo. Fucking Wolfenstein Young. I might buy Wolfenstein Youngblood just to fucking mock it like Life is Strange. It looks so cringeworthy and just so generic. I don't understand, like, oh man, the cool Nazi aesthetic and my FPS. Like, oh man, oh my FPS. Oh geez, you got me fucking rock hard to play a game that's just like every other in the last fucking 15 years. Oh boy, and it's got woke bullshit in it. Oh god. But I might actually buy that to make fun of it, but we'll see. Don't care. Motorsport, don't care. Fable, another unconfirmed game that we're fairly positive we'll see from Microsoft as a new Fable title. Well, that would be nice, but once again, you'd have to sell me on it because they tried to do some sort of multiplayer game that failed, that never came out. I liked Fable 3, even though a lot of people shit on it. I liked Fable 3. It's like one of the only reasons I still have an Xbox One is that I have it and it's playable on that, and it's not on PC anymore. Nintendo, Fire Emblem, who cares? Japanese game, who cares? Who cares? Final Fantasy Remake, Wolfenstein 3. So another fucking Wolfenstein game? Oh, Jesus. Splinter Cell 7, who cares? Nintendo, Bayonetta 3, oh boy, Nier 3. There was a Nier 2. Starfield, Elder Scrolls 6, which is a game that'll have to be sold on. Beyond Good and Evil 2, which is a laugh. Skull and Bones, which is another pirate game. Apparently another Assassin's Creed, Death Stranding. Last of Us Part 2, which I would play and make fun of if I didn't expect to get like a tsunami of backlash. Ghost of Tsushima, and that's it. That's all on this digital trends list, which I will link for you to see. So I can't really say that I'm all that excited. I'm mainly watching it for Nier Automata was Nier 2. Okay. I thought it was the original, but then that's Japanese games for you. I can stop sharing my screen. I probably should have shared me looking through that list, but I breezed through it pretty quick. Is Cyberpunk the only RPG? No. Dying Light 2 is as well, but it's not really clear how. It's clear that you can make choices in the story, but it's not actually been said one way or the other whether it's an actual RPG. It might be like an FPS with RPG elements, but I'm not sure just yet. They haven't really shared too much about the game. Stunning and Brave 2. I hate the cringe with E3. I just want to see the games. I don't give a fuck about like all the bullshit ballyhoo that goes on with it. I just want to see the fucking games. Fuck off with all the rest of it. Last of Us 2 is an RPG LGBT. That's great there, Strike. No, it said near 3. That's what it said, near 3. Someone said in the chat that Near Automata was near 2. As far as I know with Dying Light, there's no customization, which is too bad. It would be nice if there was some customization in the game for your character. Because I think that was one of the problems with the first one. Was that it was just an FPS melee game, mostly, like another zombie game. They should have made it an RPG. Like, they fucked that up with... what was that? State of Decay 2. They fucked that up with State of Decay 2. Like, they had all the pieces necessary to make an RPG. They fucked it up. I'm actually surprised. I wouldn't say that State of Decay 2 was a terrible game, but it definitely wasn't a good game. And they fucked it up so bad, and it's unfortunate. Like, I really couldn't say, like, they had all the material necessary to make it an RPG, and for whatever reason, they didn't do it. Like, you could have designed your own character, created your own story. Like, they could have had all the elements necessary to actually choose your own story, even with the limited maps they had. And for whatever reason, they decided that it would all just be random. Random. It's all random. And it's just like, well, it's stupid for that reason. I've played it, and I've kind of burned myself out on it because it's incredibly repetitive after enough hours. But they could have made it an actually decent, like, zombie RPG game, and they fucked up completely. Definitely undercooked. Needed more time and a bigger staff. And somebody in the room to say, like, listen, like, we have all the elements necessary to make this an RPG where you design your own character, pick some skills, and then you can level up as you play the game and meet new survivors. But like, what they should have done was, you have your player character, you have a couple of characters that you start out with, and it's basically, maybe that's the randomized thing, is you meet a couple of characters at the beginning of the game, like in a tutorial, but that's just the start of the game. You meet some characters, and then you go from there. They have factions in the game, but they did nothing with them. So I need to go on. I could do a whole fucking video talking about it if anyone gave a shit at this point about State of Decay 2. As far as I know, it bombed. So it goes without saying, you don't really need to talk about it, but they had all the material there necessary to actually make a good game, and for whatever reason, they just completely shit the bed. Does anyone get the feeling that it's a year of remasters that is better than original games? Yeah, they've had a few. I've had a few people. I have that one zombie game. I forget the name of, on my wish list, that's apparently better than the original that I'll buy eventually. And there's there's a couple of Jap games. Their Final Fantasy whatever's a remake. Yeah. So is there anything else? The only thing that I can say that I'm excited for from E3, really, I'd like to see more of Dying Light 2. That's another game. And Tom Clancy's generic fuck shooter game. I'd like to see more of that, because I have a friend that's actually willing to play it. But I'm not sold on it. In Dying Light 2, I'm also not sold on. I've kind of had my fill of zombie games. But I'm willing to keep an open mind. I just want to see. Like, if it's an actual RPG, then there's a good chance I'll pick it up. But if it's just another, same as the first game, you have a set protagonist, kinetic storyline, and we have some flavor involved and that sort of thing, then it's like, Like, you can't do that with an FPS. You just can't. It doesn't work. The best example that I can give for a game that is, it's kind of an FPS, or it's a third-person shooter. It's a third-person super-person game, like a superhero game. Is Infamous Second Son. Infamous Second Son is the only game that I've played that has more or less a kinetic storyline, except for breaching to two, blue or red, positive or good or evil. But to me, that's the last game that I played with an actual, like, defined character that I liked and enjoyed the entire time. And I can't remember one since then that I've played that's had those elements that I liked. I can't think of any. It's been quite a while. What does sell you? There's a few things that can sell me on a game, but it basically requires semi-interesting story. It can't be purely multiplayer focused. Like, if it's completely multiplayer focused, then it loses me. Aesthetic, so narrative, aesthetic, customization, that's usually a big seller with me. RPG elements, that's usually a seller with me. Guns over, let's say, melee. The only exception would be strategy games. Like, I'm playing Total War 3 Kingdoms, and I can actually say that it's one of the best Total War games that I've played in quite a while. Not mechanically, it's not the best, and also not bugs. Need to fucking patch that game. But aesthetically, it's the best. I played in a long time. Blows Warhammer out of the water, that's for sure. Play Fortnite, it's an RPG. No thank you, Strike. I don't really know much about Baldur's Gate. That's pre-BioWare for me. That's too old. I've played, I didn't like, I've actually kickstarted Divinity Original Sin 1, and I didn't like it. I actually didn't like the original Divinity Original Sin. I like the second one. I haven't finished it, but I do like the second Divinity Original Sin 2. I like that one. I haven't finished it, though. I don't agree. I don't agree that Warhammer is better than Three Kingdoms. I played the fuck out of Warhammer 1 and Warhammer 2, and I don't agree. I've had more fun with Three Kingdoms. The only difference is that the map is very difficult. It is a very difficult layout. If you're San Juan, I believe it is, in the south, like, it's incredibly boring because you can just expand forever and never fight anybody but Han Empire, and it's boring as fuck. And you also you start out with a fucking armor. You can get unique armor right from the beginning of the game. You can get, if you move to the right, to the east, you can get unique weapons right from the get-go. And you can get tea, which is a rare resource on the map. There's only like 2 spots in the entire map for tea, and it's in San John's territory in the south. It's just totally open for you to take. All the other characters that you can play, all the different factions, man, it is freaking close quarters and difficult as hell. But it's a lot more interesting that way. I don't agree with I think that Three Kingdoms is better than Shogun 2. I played Shogun 2 as well. So I don't agree. Shogun 2 was incredibly frustrating at times. You had guys just fuck around on the map constantly. Like, I would basically try as hard as I could to strap down the territory that I would have, and guys would constantly use the ocean to go around behind my lines and attack me from behind. And it would take me so long to get a force ready that they would do the thing that the AI does in every one of these games, where they constantly move away from you. Move away, move away. You attack me, move away. You attack you, move away. Like, every one of the games has that issue, and it just irritates the shit out of me, where they constantly just run around the map. No river battles means Kingdom of Threes dies compared. Like I say, I think aesthetically it's definitely one of the best. There was elements to Warhammer that I liked. Warhammer 2, I agree. I like some of the factions in Warhammer 2. But I don't think I ever liked any of the factions. I liked the Dark Elves and I liked the Vampires, and that was pretty much it. Was Saints Row a good game? Do you mean one? I have not played one, but I've seen one played. About halfway through of it, I saw at somebody's house on the original Xbox. Saints Row 1 is okay. Saints Row 2 is it has the best story. Decent gameplay, but the graphics really haven't aged well with it. It's also very in its time, like early, 2007, whenever it was that it came out. It's pretty dated. I would say that Saints Row 3 really tried to be different from Grand Theft Auto, but it really couldn't hold a candle to it. In my opinion, Saints Row 3 is where it started to go wrong. I will defend Saints Row 3 in certain elements of it. Like, the factions were cool in it. I like that. The gameplay was a little bit better. The vehicle travel was better. You could customize more, but the story just took a total nosedive. Saints Row 4, the gameplay was better than Saints Row 3, but the story was worse. By 4, like, they completely given up, and nothing matters in the fourth one. Like, they had completely given up with the story. And they basically ran the game into the fucking ground. So it's not a surprise that outside of Deep Silver's all their financial problems with THQ or whoever the fuck it was that ran them, it's not surprising to me that Saints Row hasn't returned, because they just ran the game into the fucking ground. Saints Row 3, someone just said it was good. I don't know. I would say that it's a game that I liked at the time, but it definitely hasn't aged well. Like, the Syndicate itself, like, the antagonists were decent. The aesthetics were decent. The music was decent. There's a lot about the game that was fine, but it's becoming like breaking the fourth wall, not taking itself seriously anymore at all. They wanted to make that as a contrast between itself and Grand Theft Auto, because Grand Theft Auto 4 was so fucking serious and boring. But I honestly think that when they let go of the seriousness that was with the second game, they lost something that they could never get back. And with the fourth game, it was just bad. The gameplay was actually better in my view. Like, the superpowers you could get were very fun, in my opinion, with the fourth Saints Row game. I like that a lot. And there were some references in the game that at the time were funny. Like, they parodied Mass Effect on the ship, because you could romance literally everyone on the ship as a meme. So there were elements of the game that were funny, but it felt like a game that basically had run its course. Like, it had reached the end and it was done. The DLC where Gat goes to hell, like, that is the greatest example of a game where it's like, we're out of fucking ideas. We're just done. We have nothing left. Like, they had to bring Gat back from the dead just because they were literally running on fumes at that point. They made the mistake of killing his character in the first place, and we're like, oh, fuck, like, these replacement characters we have, they're nowhere near as fan favorites as this one. Like, we just fucked up. And so they brought him back, and they fit him in the story for some ridiculous reason about the invasion of Earth, and it was just terrible. So yeah, think we could get a Diablo 4 teaser tomorrow after the news they killed the StarCraft FPS game. I can't really speak to that. I'm not really a big Blizzard guy. I don't know if I've really ever played any of the Blizzard games. Overwatch might be the only one that I've played. I can't remember the last Blizzard game I've ever played, and I was not satisfied by Overwatch. I didn't think it was a good game. Got Out of Hell was garbage. I actually got a refund on Steam. Yeah, it's not good. It was a cash-in. That's all it was. I have not played any of the Diablos. I don't believe I've played StarCraft. I have not played Warcraft. I played Overwatch with a few friends, and we could do well as a team, but the game itself was so fucking repetitive, and there were so few maps that it really didn't last long. Like, I played that shitty game. What was it? It was made by the Borderlands dev. What was oh god. Was it Gearbox Software that made the game? Let me look it up. There was a multiplayer game that I played. Let me see if I can find it. I guess it wasn't by them. Fuck. Let me launch Steam and see if I can find the name of the fucking game. Because I don't remember. It was very short-lived, but I actually liked it more than Overwatch. But it came out right at the same time as Overwatch, and it got completely buried by it. Let me find it. Oh, that reminds me. Let me find the name of that game. There's another flash in the pan game that didn't last like Overwatch. Where is it? I actually own Dota 2. Is Dota 2 free? Is that why I own it? I have 1 minute in it. Where the fuck is it? Doesn't help that I have a very long list of games. And that I am blanking on the game that I need to find to just name. Where is it? Am I gonna find it? I don't think I'm gonna find in this. Yep. I don't remember the name of it. Do not remember the name of the game. It was a multiplayer game where you played as like super cartoony characters. It was like a red faction, like an Empire faction, and then another like rebel faction. It was like a really cartoony looking FPS. It was really short-lived. Battleborn! Holy shit, that's it. Battleborn. Somebody said it in the chat. Yeah, you're right. It's Battleborn. Yep, it was Battleborn. I actually liked Battleborn more than I liked Overwatch. But my friends got really bored of Battleborn really quickly. Everyone, whatever. I was looking at my fucking Steam, all right? I don't want to hear your shit. I don't care. I don't care. I was busy looking through my list. I wasn't reading the chat. Well, let me find that game that that Hunter. You guys, okay? Well, you remember that game where you spawn in the middle of like the jungle and you go hunt a monster, and the monster's played by another player, like it is in Left 4 Dead. What was the name of that game? It was really short-lived. Evolve. That's what it was. Evolve. Man, was that game short-lived, bro. That game died so fucking quick. And I don't think it was that good. And I think that's why it died really quick. But that was another multiplayer game that I played with friends that died real quick. Did I see Anita Sarkeesian bitching that she didn't get charity money from EA and that she's got her sights set on Orville? Both of these things happened today. I don't really care, dude. Fuck Anita. Who cares? Let her go after fucking what's-his-face Family Guy show. Who cares? She's going to do what she does, and no one's going to stop her. No one's really going to speak against her outside of people like me or on our community and whatever. And my harassment and misogyny, and then everyone's going to fucking cape for her and all that, and then they're going to go to jail for fucking molesting a child. I've had a bunch of people say that I need to play Titanfall 2. I've looked it up online. I wasn't really all that impressed, so I was like, yeah. It's like nearly full price on fucking Origin, so yeah. I don't think I need to play that. The only multiplayer game that I've missed, and I've said this before, and I wish there was, and it's a Bethesda game, was Brink. Brink was the only multiplayer game that I played that I wish there was a sequel to, because I actually really like the story, and I've said that before. It's just funny to me, like they it just felt as though like the people making the game and the people like voice acting the game like actually gave a shit about it. I got that feeling from it because of just how stressed they were in the way that they spoke. It reminded me of Kane and Lynch. Like the intensity of the voice acting is just really crazy. It really comes across as in Brink. It comes across as people that are basically afraid that everyone's gonna fucking die. You know, I kind of I don't really like the games where it's like, especially like, I don't want to shit on the Metro games, but they're really morose. They're really morose. They're very slow. They're very methodical. Everyone's very like serious, and they talk very slow and very deep with a lot of bass in their voice, and it's all very serious. And in Brink, they're basically just screaming nonstop. That is like, you know, you got to get there. You got to stop these people. They're gonna fucking kill us all. Like, and that's what I honestly liked, even though it's very, very unpopular now. Well, it was then. Now it's whatever because it's been so long. But Kane and Lynch. That's what I loved about Kane and Lynch, was just the pace and the stress involved of the idea of like, we're gonna fucking die. And like it was very over the top, but I enjoyed it. And yeah, somebody just said in the chat, and I agree with it, Metro's pretty slow and it makes it kind of hard to get into. I absolutely agree. And yeah, Brink was kind of a serious Team Fortress 2. Team Fortress 2 was kind of just played for, I mean, it had its own little inner lore, but I completely abandoned all that shit towards the end. I stopped caring completely towards the end. It was like, okay, whatever. This is stupid. You're just inventing characters for people to make porn of. It didn't even make any more sense than it originally did, and I don't think it needed to when it's red versus blue of the same characters against each other. But in Brink, it's actually distinct. It's actually the resistance of I forget what they were. They not outsiders. What do they call them? They called them something in the game, but it was the security forces versus the resistance. But the resistance was called something in particular. The guests. That's what they were called. The guests. Because it was the refugees that actually had found and it came to the Ark at the last minute, and it overpopulated it completely. I thought Brink really had a lot of potential because it's pretty much like when you have like that kind of situation where the world ends and you're stuck on a floating island and it has all the green energy and all that shit, but it's completely overpopulated and all the systems are starting to break down and disorder and terrorism start to break out. It's basically, what do you do in that scenario? And the story basically was that the terrorists, in effect, blamed everything on the founders who lived in a huge tower. They blamed everything on the founders for what was going wrong. But in reality, the founders were almost entirely incompetent. Like, they were all a bunch of like SJW, like uber technocratic elitists that were doing their best but weren't really incompetent. And basically the security forces finally had enough of everything that was going wrong. It was Captain Macoena, Macoena, basically disregarded the determination of the founders and decided that he was going to take matters into his own hands and basically start actively doing campaigns against the resistance. And that basically caused what it was in essence a civil war. And the thing is that from both sides, there was a sympathetic point of view, and both sides did have their bad eggs. Whereas with the resistance, they had outright terrorists who were just crazy, and the leader of the resistance, I think it was Leader Chang, or Father Chang, whatever it was, he had basically lost control over them, and there were corrupt security officers that were abusing the guests. And they basically had divided the entire Ark into two, where you had the founder section and the guest section. And the guest section was like a slum of shipping containers that have been turned into housing. So I think that Brink had a lot of potential behind it. I really enjoyed playing the game and watching like the two factions basically struggle for what they wanted. And with the resistance, they wanted to leave the Ark. That was basically the goal of the resistance, was to leave the Ark, to find dry land to leave. That's what they wanted ultimately, or to at least establish contact with the what was left of the mainland. The problem was security understood that basically they had sent a scouting party to go make contact with what was left of civilization after the world had ended, and the people that the scouting party met some group. We don't know who they met. They murdered the entire scouting party, and they tried to use the scouting party's technology to find the Ark and invade it. So, in desperation, the founders moved the Ark to get away from those people, those invaders, the people that were left, the raiders after the end of the world. And after they had moved it, that was it. They couldn't move it again, and they didn't have the resources to do anything else. And the coral that had basically kept the Ark afloat was crumbling, and they couldn't replace it. So the entire project was failing, and the founders were refusing to do anything about the situation. It was Captain Macoena that actually took charge, and like, let me find the intro trailer to Captain Mac. I love the character. I have to say that I ultimately sympathize with the security, because that's just my disposition as lawful. So I sympathize with the idealists of enforcing the law and order, and that's what Captain Macoena was. He was an idealist. Let me find Macoena's trailer. It's very short. Macoena. Getting let me find it. What the fuck? I can't find it. Captain Macoena. I got the official trailers. And Brink had a lot of customization as well. I like that about it as well. Like body type that you could choose for speed and agility, where you could do parkour and stuff. There's a lot of cool stuff about Brink. Let me make sure I'm spelling Macarena right real quick. I don't believe I am. Let me find it real quick, how the correct spelling is. There we go. Captain Clinton Macarena. I believe it is. Brink trailer. Let me find his video. His introduction trailer. Let's see if I can find it. Fuck. No. There's the audio logs. Yeah, I can't find it. That's surprising. I mean, it's a dated game at this point. 2011. The gameplay, I wouldn't agree necessarily that the gameplay was trash. It wasn't exactly fantastic for FPS. I've finished the campaign more than a few times. I'm surprised. Man, I can't find a trailer of it. But, oh, actually, here we go. Hold on. 4. Yeah, let me Google this, see if I can find it that way. Brink game. Ah, here it is. Yeah, I got the resistance intro and security. Hopefully this, let me make sure this isn't a meme video. Okay, no, it's not. Okay. Oh, so they actually have all the cutscenes here. But yeah, with security, the security faction, all you're doing is basically running around the map, like the arc, basically trying to prevent like an increasingly like devastating amount of terror attacks. Like at one point, it's actually not canon. It's like an alternative version of what could have happened. There was a plot of terrorists that were attempting to overload the nuclear reactors on the Ark and basically destroy the entire Ark. And you as a security faction have to stop them. And the alternative version is if they basically carry through with that plan in the actual canon of the game itself, you actually prevent them from even carrying that out. But with security, that actually like justifies so much of what you're doing. Like it justifies the crackdown because it's like, yo, these motherfuckers are attempting to destroy the fucking Ark. They're attempting to overload a nuclear reactor and fucking kill everyone. Like these people are insane. So yeah. Let me play that.
Your orders are perfectly clear. You will resolve the situation peacefully and quell this unrest without recourse to unnecessary violence. Lethal force is a last, not a first option. Any and all civilian casualties will result in your immediate dismissal. Not barbarians, Captain Macarena. You, of all people, should remember that.
After today's kidnapping, the founders have finally authorized the use of deadly force. Be very clear on this.
Captain, on deck!
Men, for the Ark to survive, we must have order. We must save the Ark!
So, as you can tell in the beginning of this, they didn't actually authorize that. The founders didn't authorize his actions, but it was after, I can't remember who was kidnapped. in the story. Because there's a few different like important people that they another fucking terror attack that I just remembered, and it's one of the canon stories of the game. They tried to destroy the top of Founders Tower by firing a fucking missile at it. That's one of the missions in the game where you have to try to stop the resistance from firing a rocket at the tower itself and attempting to like assassinate the fucking founders. Like both sides have their justifications for what they're doing, but like the mission where it's at the airport. There's two missions at the airport. One, it's at the airport terminal, and they're trying to steal security codes so that they can use a plane that they've built to leave the Ark. That makes sense. But the one where it's like, yo, bro, we're just gonna fire a fucking rocket at the fucking Founders Tower. It's like, yo, you guys are just insane. What the fuck are you doing? So yeah, but yeah, I really liked Brink because I will say that the shooting wasn't the best. There were aspects like the parkour in that. There was really cool aspects to the gameplay. And if you had a good team, dude, you would just crush every single round. When they actually had like an actual player base behind it, like it was a hard game at times, like when it came to FPS. And it wasn't part the mechanics of the game not being good, but it was just there was a lot of skill in this game that you had if you were against a decent team. Yeah, I actually was fine with the art style. It got a lot of shit for the art style, and I actually liked it. I actually like the art style of the game. It's what is it called? Something realist, like quasi-realist. I forget what it's called. There's a name for it where it has all the parameters of being realism, but it's not. There's a word for that in art. I don't remember what it's called. But yeah, I like the story of this game, and I defend it because it had a lot of politics in it that were very interesting for the game, like everything that was going on. And the thing I liked about it, even though the cutscenes are over the top in that, and so are the audio logs, the basis of the pacing of the game is good, and the aesthetics of the game I like in terms of the narrative because it's it's intense, but it has a sense of being frantic in the need. Both sides throughout the game continuously reinforce the idea that we only have so much time. We have only so much time that we can leave. We only have such a window and as much time that we can leave. We have to get this done now. You have to achieve this objective so that we can leave. And on the other side, we have only so much time to shut down the terrorists before they do something insane, before they destroy the entire Ark. Surrealism, I think, is right. But yeah, I liked it a lot. I really like this game, and it's unfortunate that it's probably never going to get a sequel. Because, well, it wasn't perfect in terms of the gameplay. I actually really liked the story in it. And it had all the customization, too. I really like that about it as well. So yeah, it's unfortunate, but it's like that with think of all the I don't want to really get into it because it's a sad thing, but think of all the games that won't get sequels. For example, SWAT, dude. I want a SWAT sequel. Fucking, that shit on Ubisoft, that fucking stupid ass game with the corners stuff and all that. Yeah, Rage 2 is not good. I've played it. I own it. It's that was a stupid mistake on my part, was buying Rage 2 after playing Rage 1. That's me being stupid. Yeah. Rainbow Six Siege. Fuck Rainbow Six Siege. That's what I say. I've played it. I put enough hours into that game. Fuck Rainbow Six Siege. We should have gotten a SWAT sequel. That's what I want. SWAT was the shit. I played SWAT. I think I played SWAT 2, 3, and 4. Back in the day, dude, SWAT was the shit. And SWAT 4 still holds up to this day. The gameplay is dated, but it still holds up. Ready or Not is a SWAT successor? I doubt it's a... Oh, wow. Q4 2020. Let me see this. I'm going to put this on screen. Audio.
Talk to TAC 15. You have compromised authority to make entry on Site 1. How copy? Roger that.
Oh, wow. Yeah, those graphics. Yeah. I don't know.
With Ready or Not, Void Interactive aims to explore what it's like to be an officer in the elite Special Weapons and Tactics Unit, also known as SWAT. Inspired by real-world events, the game is a blend of first-person action and tactical strategy, wrapped in a unique, detailed, and twisted facsimile of a modern United States. Ready or Not's vision of America is downtrodden, cruel, and corrupt. You're given the difficult task of bringing some semblance of order to a city divided by crime across a single-player story. Team up with friends to take down suspects in a cooperative mode, or battle a rogue movement in PvP. You're placed in the boots of an officer in the city's SWAT, a unit equipped with military hardware, tasked with protection, taking on high-risk situations, and bringing order to chaos. In Ready or Not, you will encounter a wide array of unique characters, all with their own stories that contribute to the narrative thread, from kingpin drug dealers, to beat cops, to school children.
Okay. So that's not really what the basis of SWAT was.
Collaborating with law enforcement, Void Interactive's goal is to create an authentic and accurate tactical experience with Ready or Not. You and your team are able to customize their personnel, gear, and weaponry to appropriately fit each mission's objectives. Armor can be customized to suit your playstyle, and with bullet-mapped interactions, the right selection may be imperative to survival. Where other titles only allow you to kill enemies, Ready or Not attempts to challenge how you handle combat, with a rule-based emphasis on less lethal and safe takedowns.
Gun down, drop it.
I'm doing what you say. Yeah, like we're gonna be detained for long.
However, once provoked, the playing field becomes equal.
Lay down.
With an abundance of non-lethal alternatives, such as
This definitely seems AA. This seems like it's missing a lot of gloss.
bag shotguns, tasers, and flashbangs. Coercing targets into surrendering has never been easier. Levels come with situations that require solving. Each scenario is intelligently randomized, including target locations, suspect protection, traps, and more. Provided within the game is a wide array of tools to assist your SWAT team in navigating and securing the environment.
At least they have it looks like they have at least a tactical part right in terms of like the actual like doors and all that sort of deal and all sorts of gadgets they have. So that looks good.
Apprehending and combating suspects. Players can create their own strategies during the mission planning phase. For example, knock out the power and slip in under the cover of darkness. Use tactical ladders and door rams.
Can we get some night vision goggles where you can fucking see anything though? Like look at this night vision. Well, let me find it. This looks terrible. Like, you can't see shit. Especially the second one they show. You can't see fucking anything. The thing is with games is that they either do night vision good or bad, and it's usually more often I found bad. Where you can't fucking see anything.
Access places beyond your reach. Command marksman.
Are you fucking serious? Fucking Nazi bikers? Are you kidding me? Come on.
Shots at your word with the sniper unit. Load up on CS gas and breach rooms in a white haze. Or get behind a tactical shield for a less bullet-prone approach. All options are available to you when choosing a loadout best fit for your team. Every decision is yours to carry into each mission.
Tom reporting. Entry team, you're cleared to make entry at Wembley. Guest entrance.
Well, this is better.
Use the wand. Check for targets. Okay, mirror gun ready. There's a lot of them, and they all have guns.
Ready or Not aims to truly ground the player in its world. Attention has been put into every facet of the player controller, ensuring an immersive tactical first-person experience with an unprecedented level of depth and intensity. Players can lean variably in any direction and incrementally change speed on the fly. Entry points like doors can be interacted with in many ways. Players may open them regularly, kick them in, or incrementally swing them open in order to insert a grenade or engage a target. A stealthy SWAT team may lockpick doors in the way, while a more aggressive unit may use a breaching shotgun to gain access. But be careful. Some suspects may booby-trap doors with alarm systems, explosives, or other objects.
Well, that's interesting.
The world of Ready or Not is unforgiving and brutal by nature. It features both open, maneuverable areas and claustrophobic spaces where one wrong move could make all the difference. While players command their own unit of operators, there's always someone higher in the chain of command looking for answers. Report everything to TOC, Tactical Operations Command, the directive unit tracking your progress. Utilizing integrity and patience in your mission will balance the odds of success. Chaos is dictated by the suspects and civilians' unpredictable nature during each mission. Tension and emotions for them will be high, so sometimes plans can go awry. Projectile types and velocity simulation put a spin on the already raised stakes. Bullets will penetrate through surfaces based on thickness, material, and speed. Ready or Not will accommodate a career mode where the player must orchestrate plans with an AI-driven SWAT team under their command. The game also includes a fierce tactical PvP environment, where the Metro SWAT team will be faced against a rogue movement hell-bent on bringing the city to its knees. Void Interactive has aimed to cover all areas of gameplay by offering a fiercely competitive and entertaining set of multiplayer modes. But we will go into more detail at a later date. Void will aim to support the players in as many ways as possible, which includes the ability for you to host your own dedicated servers.
All right, that's enough. Well, it's interesting, but I'm not sold on it because it definitely seems like a AA game. Even if that, it doesn't like it definitely lacks in the polish department. I'll tell you that. But it's interesting at least. I'm glad someone brought this to my attention. It's still an alpha. Well, okay. I'll look it up on my Steam page real quick, and I'll save it to my favorites list. or wish list. So there you go. All right, stop presenting. All right, anything else before we wrap this up? Because I've been going for quite a while. Let me double check. Got $1 from Rodion. Didn't say anything. Well, that's the FPS is just because of Google and share screen. Not too much I can do about that with the Google Hangouts. The fuck happened to the United States? This is new. I'm not sure what you mean there, Brett. Will I ever stream Life is Strange Hella 1? I don't know, man. I mean, I did for a little bit, but I don't know. That last stream that I did, it wasn't very popular. I lost a lot of subs. I don't know why, but a lot of people apparently really didn't like that stream. I'll do the rest of the second game, you know. But I don't know. Before this, I don't know, dude. Before the Storm, Captain Optismo is pretty fucking boring and short, anyways. But the second one, I'd like to play the Before the Storm one, but dude, it's so boring. It is so boring. There are some cringy moments in it, but dude, overall, it's so boring. I think it's like 4 episodes or 3. I played like 2, I think. I can't quite remember, but it's really boring. The first one's actually the best. It's amazing. I mean, the best, quote unquote. The second one is, I mean, it's so frustrating to me because with the second one, the first and second episode were so funny and over the top and stupid. But the third episode was trash, dude. The third episode was such trash. It was so boring. I'm going to have to replay it, too, because I fucked up the heist. You can succeed in the heist, I'm pretty sure. And I want to succeed. I want to get that motherfucking money, dude. I've looked through the achievements, and it says you can succeed. I just got to figure out how. I don't really want to look up a guide, either. I want to see if I can figure it out. But in any case, let's wrap this up. Yeah, one more score, Louis. That's right. One more score. The big one. Stick to the plan. Hold on. Let me look. Let me look it up. Let's see if we can find it before we go. No, that's not it. I got a plan, Arthur.
We're free to plan our own futures once more. I hope so, Dutch. I got some ideas hatching, but I need you with me, not against me. We need more. We have the opportunity here to put our new plan into play. What are we doing next? Money. Suicide is working it all out. Once and for all, Arthur. I just need time. I got a plan. Wrong. This is a good one. One more big score. We got enough money to leave. This is all going to plan. I had a goddamn...
Dude, Arthur's reactions are the fucking best.
I got a plan, John.
You always got a plan, Dutch.
Oh my god. Oh god. Oh god, fuck. That's so funny. All right. All right, this is pretty much it. Let me double check the super chats to make sure I didn't miss anything. Nope. All right. Anything else before we go, or is that it? Post Life is Strange spinoff where Dutch is leading a bunch of teenagers. That'd be fucking great. A Nick origin story spinoff. Hell yeah. People are coming up with some good ideas. You need to tweet those at Don't Nod. Bring Nick back. I need to start like a hashtag, a viral hashtag to bring Nick back. All right, well, let's end it there for today. Thanks for everyone that stopped by. Thanks for everyone who supports my channel and sending a super chat and all that. If you want to support me and not support YouTube because of their bullshit, head on over to Subscribestar and give me a one-time donation, or you can subscribe to me there for as little as $1 or as up to like $100 a month, I think it is, or 50, whatever the fuck it is. Or you visit my affiliates, or don't do any of those things and just follow me on social media. Up to you what you do with your money and your time. Thank you for sticking by me and for watching my shit, and I will hope to have you more content in the near future.